now I swear by the sun god Utah on this very day, and my younger brothers shall be witness of it, in foreign lands where the sons of Sumer are not known, where people do not have the use of paved roads, where they have no access to the written word, that I, the firstborn son, am a fashioner of words, a composer of songs, a composer of words, and that they will recite my songs as heavenly writings, and that they will bow down before my words. These dramatic statements by Shilji, the second king of Ur, echo from the Sumerian Renaissance period. The Renaissance period in Sumer was, however, short-lived. Kingdoms of Sumeria is the story of these mysterious people and their successors. It is the story of what they achieved, what they preserved, and how each one fell from grace. Before we go there, we must address how the Sumerians actually came into being. Sumerian history is purported to begin around the 5th millennium BC, when a people known as the Ubaid culture established settlements in the region that became known later as Sumer. These settlements gradually developed into cities, becoming the principal Sumerian cities of Adab, Eridu, Isin, Kish, Kolab, Lagash, Lhasa, Nippur, and Ur. At some point, the Ubaid peoples, precursors to the group we call Sumerians, intermingled. They are both mysterious in their own right. They efficiently morphed into one denomination in the 3000 BC era. The Ubaid group are renowned for their serpent-like deities. The site where the unusual artifacts were discovered is called Tel al-Ubaid, although figurines have also been found in Ur and Eridu. The al-Ubaid site has very little left, just a small amount, about half a kilometre in diameter and 2 metres above the ground. It was Harry Reginald Howell whom, in 1919, unearthed male and female figurines. They were found in different postures, and most of the figurines appear to be wearing a helmet and have padding of some kind on the shoulders. Other figurines were found to hold a staff or sceptre, possibly as a symbol of justice and ruling. Each figurine has a different pose, but the strangest of all are the female figurines nurturing babies suckling milk. The child is also represented as a serpent-type creature. The figurines are always presented with long heads, almond-shaped eyes, long tapered faces, and a snake-like nose. What exactly they represent is completely unknown. According to archaeologists, their postures, such as a female figure breastfeeding, do not suggest that they were ritualistic objects. So, what did these snake-like figures represent then? Whatever they were, they appear to have been important to the ancient Ubaid people. We know that the serpent was a major symbol used in many successive cultures to represent a number of gods. The Sumerian god Enki is a prime example, the snake being of huge significance in late adaptations to Sumerian.
At the site of Qasr el-Saga.
Which brings us to the Sumerians. In 3250 BC, another mysterious group came to the cities. They began to intermarry with the native Ubaid people. These people became known as the Sumerians. Interestingly, no one can be sure where the Sumerian homeland is. When we speak in later periods of Sumerian culture, in the era of 3000 BC onwards, we are technically speaking of the fusion of the Ubaid and Sumerian groups. There are claims that they are Semites who moved in from the west, and there are beliefs that they have migrated from northeastern Mesopotamia. The Semite perspective likely stems from the later influx of Amorites. The Amorites were likely the biblical giants of Canaan, which we'll discuss later. There is notably a concerted effort to claim the heritage of the Sumerians. When we look to the northeast, the region of Turkmenistan and Central Asia, particularly the Hindu Kush and Kopet mountains, seem incredibly interesting to say the least. We know the Sumerians had a complete obsession with lapis lazuli. The Epic of Gilgamesh even tells us that the mythological beliefs revolve around the mineral lapis. They believed their gods in lapis lazuli palaces, the sun moon, and Venus would rise from the lapis palaces to travel the sky and return to the palaces at night. Sumerian art is dominant with the mineral lapis lazuli. This Sumerian commodity has a unique signature only found in one specific place on Earth, the Sari Sang lapis mines, which show extensive mining for 6,000 years. In the standard of Ur shown here, now housed in the British Museum, it demonstrates just how lapis dominated their art. We even get another clue in this object to the clothing they wore. This combed sheepskin attire, unusually unique, is reminiscent of ancient Turkmenistan cultures. We see an individual playing an ancient harp on the standard of Ur, also housed in the British Museum. This beautiful Sumerian harp reconstructed from the standard of Ur imagery with lapis lazuli. From the same archaeological finds, we have the delicate ram in a thicket, a composite of gold and lapis, an artistic concept of combining these two valuable minerals we see spread as far as Egypt. The Ishgar Gate, now housed in the Pergamon Museum, shows the beautiful lapis glazed tiles. It also gives you an idea of the quantity and sheer distance they transported this material. Sumerian gods and early statues always depict blue eyes, a significant feature in their artistic representation, physically and methodologically, as their lapis eyes look to the lapis heavens. Biogeographic research involving haplogroups does indicate some influence from Turkmenistan, but you would expect that if you mined or traded the quantities of lapis there. Here is the other problem. When you look in that region, you find ancient settlements and artifacts similar to the Ubaid culture. Was there an Ubaid influence in Turkmenistan? Gunnar tape, Anu, and other Neolithic settlements are incredibly similar. These artifacts at Gunnar tape show a close resemblance to Ubaid art. It really does seem when you go looking for Sumerians, you find the Ubaid culture too. Which brings us to the same problem of when exactly they fused together as one culture. The only thing we do know for sure is the Sumerian language is completely isolate. It is as if they were inserted into Mesopotamia, fully equipped with an amazing, highly evolved skill set. Trade and commerce can provide interesting evidence, but it does not prove origins. It proves how extensive their trade network was. In the centuries that followed, with the immigration of the Sumerians, the country grew rich and powerful. Art and architecture, crafts, religious and ethical thought flourished. The Sumerian language became the prevailing speech of the land. The people here developed the cuneiform script, the system of writing on clay. The script was to become the basic means of written communication throughout the Middle East for a further 2,000 years. The rise of the Sumerian civilization from obscurity to enlightenment is phenomenal. There is no doubt about that. There was no trial and error, no evidence of a slowly evolving civilization. The Sumerian civilization almost sprung into existence overnight. In the space of a relatively small window of time, the leaps and bounds in technological, artistic, spiritual and architectural achievements are breathtaking. We desperately cling to discover a trigger for this. One particularly bright leader or visionary doesn't do it. There is no evidence for that. No influence from another neighbouring, advanced regional culture either. It is as if the Sumerians were savants from day one. The legacy of the Sumerian savants is highly significant. They were advanced business administrators and used a system of counting based on the unit 60. The sexagesimal system rather than the decimal system, which is based on the unit 10. The sexagesimal system is still used today in computing divisions of time, 60 seconds to a minute, 60 minutes to an hour, a day of 24 hours and a week of 7 days. They based their angles, divisions of 360, multiples of 60. They also created a lunar calendar, attributing more importance on the movements of the moon, unlike the Egyptians who worshipped the sun. We know this from their worship of the lunar god Nana in Akkadian Sin. There is an extensive array of data provided by archaeology on Mesopotamian astronomy. However, the intellectual approach of the Sumerian savants has never been analysed scientifically. Presumably, they observed the motions of the moon before the appearance of writing. The need to record lunations precisely and repeatedly simultaneously gave rise to the invention of time and writing. This was an incredibly important step in abstract thought. The abstract thought didn't stop there. Recently discovered evidence shows they tracked the motion of Jupiter using a precursor to modern calculus, the area under a curve. Babylonian astronomers used simple arithmetic to predict the positions of celestial bodies. They also employed sophisticated geometric methods that foreshadowed the development of calculus. Historians had thought such techniques did not emerge until 14th century Europe. Although the tablets prove Leibniz and Newton merely rediscovered calculus, the revelations didn't stop there. Matthew Ossendriver of Humboldt University in Berlin bases his findings on a re-examination of clay tablets dating from 350 BC to 50 BC. They even contained instructions for constructing a trapezoidal figure. It was assumed unrelated to anything astronomical. Ossendriver studied 2 other tablets that also prescribed the drawing of a trapezoid, and in these he thought a difference to Jupiter. The giant planet was an obsession among the Babylonians, who equated this planet with their main god Marduk, the actual patron deity of the city of Babylon. But the Jupiter link was tentative. Retired Assyriologist Hermann Hunger of the University of Vienna visited Ossendriver, bringing photos taken decades ago of an uncatalogued Babylonian tablet from the British Museum that described some of the astronomical computation. Alone in his office a few months later, Ossendriver perused the photos. Images were blurry and the inscriptions slanted, making them hard to read, but he realised the numbers were identical to those in the trapezoid inscriptions he had been scrutinising. By comparing the photos with fragments of other Babylonian texts, he discovered that the computations described the motions of Jupiter. Examining all of the tablets at the British Museum, Ossendriver figured out that the trapezoid calculations were a tool for calculating Jupiter's displacement each day along the ecliptic, the path that the Sun appears to trace through the stars. The computations recorded on the tablets covered a period of 60 days, beginning on a day when the giant planet first appeared in the night sky just before dawn. During that interval, Jupiter's motion across the sky appears to slow. Such erratic apparent motion stems from the complex combination of Earth's own orbit around the Sun with that of Jupiter. A graph of Jupiter's apparent velocity against time slopes downwards, so that the area under the curve forms the magic trapezoid. The area of the trapezoid in turn gives the distance that Jupiter has moved along the ecliptic during the 60-day period. Calculating the area under a curve to determine a numerical value is a basic operation known as the integral between 2 points in calculus. Discovering that the Babylonians understood this was the real aha moment. Delving into older, purely mathematical Babylonian texts written between 1800 BCE and 1600 BCE, which also described computations with a trapezoid, he realised that the astronomers who made the tablets had gone a step further. To compute the time at which Jupiter would have moved halfway along its elliptic path, the astronomers divided the 60-day trapezoid into 2 smaller ones of equal area. The vertical line dividing the 2 trapezoids marked the halfway time. Because of the different shapes of the trapezoids, it indicated not 30 days, but slightly fewer. The Babylonians had developed abstract mathematical, geometrical ideas about the connection between motion, position, and time that are so common to any modern physicist or mathematician. Their presence testified to the revolutionary brilliance of the unknown Mesopotamian scholars who constructed Babylonian mathematical astronomy. After cuneiform died out around 100 AD, Babylonian astronomy was thought to have been virtually forgotten. It was left to French and English philosophers and mathematicians in the late Middle Ages to literally reinvent what the Babylonians had invented, developed, and ritually practiced as far back as 1800 BC. Without doubt, learning how the Babylonian astronomers acquired their geometric acumen, their mathematical prowess, their abstract reasoning would tell us something about why human beings do science in the first place. The legacy of Sumerian civilization was completely adopted in its entirety by Babylon. The only thing we can say for sure is that the trail of the savants in this region on the level of Newton goes back to 1800 BC as a minimum. The Sumerian cuneiform writing was a revolution. Every conquering kingdom of Sumeria adopted it. It is even thought to have inspired Egyptians to create their own script. It spread geographically and was to be used by the later Persian Empire, while the technical inventions of the potter's wheel and the wheeled cart appear to have emerged from Sumerian civilization. It is the successive Babylonian astronomers who preserved their mathematics and number system. By the 23rd century BC, the power of the Sumerians had declined to such an extent that they could no longer defend themselves against foreign invasion. The cause of this was the endemic problem that besets most great civilizations: internal disputes, greed and power struggles. So weak had the country become that the Semitic ruler Sargon the Great in the 24th century BC succeeded in conquering the entire country. Sargon founded a new capital called Agade in the far north of Sumer and made it the richest and most powerful city in the then known world. The people of northern Sumer and the conquering invaders eventually interbred, and the people became known as Akkadians. The land of Sumer acquired the composite name Sumer and Akkad. This young civilization was not to flourish, however, and another race of people, the Elamites from modern-day Iran, attacked around 2004 BC, conquering the principal city of Ur. It was in turn sacked and burned, but later rebuilt by the Babylonians. During the next centuries, intercity struggles for the control of Sumer and Akkad occurred. It was Hammurabi of Babylon became the sole ruler of Sumer and Akkad around 1763 BC. This datically marks the end of the Sumerian state. Sumerian civilization, however, was adopted in its entirety by Babylon, which brings us back to the Jupiter cuneiform tablet. This wartime of Hammurabi, 1800 BC, was not the time to invent calculus. Like everything else, it was a Sumerian gift to the world, and the successive Babylons simply preserved it. The Sumerians completely disappeared as a people. Their language lived on as a language of culture, while their writing, their business organizations, their scientific knowledge, and their mythology spread westward by the Babylonians and Assyrians. If it were not for the Babylonian record keepers, we may have never known the profound level of mathematics they acquired. There is a mate to their scientific and legacy in the basic 60 Sumerian number system. The Jupiter calculation tablet even uses a 60-day count. They were obsessed with the unit 60. It was simply embedded in their thought process. Nobody explains professionally why they were calculating the precise position of Jupiter, or why they used the base 60 system in the first place. It is waved as a superstition by the very science journals that published the find. Because Jupiter is associated with their god Marduk, this advanced math is regulated to the superstitious astrology and omens department. True, there was no segregation between astrology and astronomy in all ancient cultures. The Babylonian kings likely utilized their astronomers and mathematicians to give omens and divination, at times to demonstrate their power and prestige. Precession of the equinoxes. The motion of the equinoxes along the plane of Earth's orbit must have been known for centuries. It has an incredible link to the base 60 system that is never addressed. In compiling his famous star catalogue, completed in 1029 BC, the Greek astronomer Hipparchus noticed that the position of the stars was shifted in a systematic way from earlier Babylonian measures. Despite this known fact, the Greeks are still accredited with discovering precession. This indicated that it was not the stars that were moving, but rather the observing platform, Earth. Such a motion is called precession and consists of a cycle wobbling with a period of 25,920 years. This gives the famed 12 zodiacal ages of 2,160 years apiece. The 12 zodiacal ages that make up 25,920 is often referred to as the Great Year. Amazingly, the Great Year is exactly divisible by 60, 432 divisions of 60 to be precise. Each zodiacal age, for example, the age of Aquarius, the age of Pisces, is 2160, and also exactly divisible by 60, 6 times 6 times 60, or 6 times 360. Simply speaking, if you wanted to choose a number system to deal with calculating precession, 60 is the number one choice. Precession in solar years is a natural base 60 system. If you have 100 cents to a dollar and 100 people to give it to, you simply would use the decimal system because it's intuitively natural to do so. You can break up the day into as many hours as you want. It's arbitrary, really. The same goes for hours, minutes and seconds. However, there is a dedicated number of solar years within the Great Year of precession, and that number happens to be divisible by 60. For the Sumerian savants and their intellectually absorbent successive kingdoms, they must have known this and likely built their math system around it. They certainly studied the stars for centuries. Seeing a long cycle like precession is a given, considering the Greeks used their data to discover it for themselves. In Hamlet's Mill, authors Santillana and von Deschend state that ancient myths have no historical basis, but a cosmological one based on a primitive form of astrology. They recognize the importance of the heliacally rising constellations as markers for the astrological ages and claimed that knowledge of this phenomenon had been known for thousands of years previously. The heliacal rising of a constellation is the rising of the constellation at sunrise on the equinox, essentially. We get a new one every 2,160 years, and we go through the 12 of these until we come full circle. They claim that to understand ancient thinking, it is necessary to understand astrology, not the modern sun sign or horoscopic astrology, but to the astrology of ancient times, which was the common language then. They go further and state that our knowledge of the dawn of astrology and its relationship to ancient myths and star names is limited to about 2100 BC, during the renaissance of Sumerian culture, instead of being able to examine the real old material on it. Author Philip Drummond makes his case that at the time of Abraham, the Amorites first recorded the shift from the age of Taurus to the age of Aries, as represented by the year commencing with the ram, Aries, rather than the bull, Taurus. The book of Joshua indicates that by the time of Moses, the equinoxes had already shifted from Taurus, Aries, as Moses had ordained that the civil year should commence with the month of Nisan, Aries, rather than the month of Taurus. The Feast of Passover probably a celebrate the age of Aries with a paschal lamb, representative of Aries, additionally associated with a symbol of a ram or sheep. The Sumerians weren't all science either. In the arts they created a rich legacy of literature, 3 of which deal with the story of creation, an epic of the flood, very similar in many ways to the biblical story of Noah, and the epic poem of Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh, being 2/3 god and 1/3 man, is the classic hero of Mesopotamian literature, a majestic, powerful figure, pressing the gods in vain for the secret of immortality. It's worth noting that the whole reason Sumerian script was decoded was due to George Smith, who recognised the biblical flood narrative in the Sumerian writing. As for their scripture and architecture, it was so well developed, with their strikingly impressive temples or ziggurats dominating the landscape, they really did have it all. The nomadic Amorite tribes, who relentlessly tried to penetrate this region, really couldn't resist having a piece of the intellectual action. Tracing the legacy of the Sumerian savants through each successive culture in the region is made easier as they all pretty much adopt the genius of this Genesis culture. After having taken control, the Amorites adopted many Sumerian cultural ways, just as the Akkadians had done before them. They were assimilated into the existing culture rather than replacing which had been so firmly entrenched for 1,000 years or more. The Amorites were a Semitic people who seem to have emerged from western Mesopotamia, modern-day Syria, at some point prior to the 3rd millennium BCE. In Sumerian, they were known as the Martu or the Tidnum in the Ur III period, in Akkadian by the name of Amaru, and in Egypt as Amar, all of which mean Westerners or those of the West, as does the Hebrew name Amorite. They worshipped their own pantheon of gods with a chief deity named Amaru, also known as Bilusadi, Lord of the Mountains, whose wife, Belet Seri, was Lady of the Desert, which also became a designation for the people as the Akkadians also referred to them as people of Amaru, and to the region of Syria as Amaru. There is no record of what the Amorites called themselves. The god Amaru's associations with the mountains and his wife with the desert suggest that they may have originated in the area of Syria around Mount Hermon, but this is unsubstantiated. Their origins are unknown, and their precise history until they settled in cities like Mon is equally mysterious. The Amorites were giants is supported by the report of the spies who Moses sent through the land of Canaan. The Amorites were one of the people groups they saw, Numbers 13:29, and they claimed that all the people whom we saw in it are men of great stature, Numbers 13:32. From their first appearance in the historical record, the Amorites had a profound impact on the history of Mesopotamia and are probably best known for their kingdom of Babylonia under the Amorite king Hammurabi. The span between 2000 and 1600 BCE in Mesopotamia is known as the Amorite period, during which their impact on the region can most clearly be discerned, but there is no doubt that they influenced the people of the various cities long before that time, and their impact was felt long after. In search of the origins of the Sumerians, it is a process of gathering data on the individual cultures who interacted, interbred, conquered, and inevitably fused into one. The fusion of Ubaid, the Sumerians, and the Amorites are essentially the recipe that one must distill to single out who these people were. The Amorites first appear in history as nomads, who regularly made incursions from the west into established territories and kingdoms. The Amorites were semi-nomadic groups from northern Syria, whom Babylonian literature described in extremely negative terms. The Amorite, he is dressed in sheepskins, he lives in tents in wind and rain. He doesn't offer sacrifices, armed vagabond in the steppe, he digs up truffles and is restless. He eats raw meat, lives his life without a home, and when he dies, he is not buried according to proper rituals. The bizarre element is that if you read this negative Babylonian opinion of the Amorites, you would think that they would be the last people to preserve science, literature, astronomy, or astrology. However, the Amorites may have simply inherited the knowledge of the Sumerians, preserved it for their own motives. Misusing science and technology has never ceased to this day. It is likely that astronomical omens attributed to their math calculations of heavenly bodies was done under duress. You don't simply wake up one day, decide to invent calculus to deliver omens about your god Marduk. There is a corruption in the scientific motives somewhere. You develop the science, the math, and then you see what use it can be put to. The motive of the Amorites was likely one of control of the population, and likely far removed from the original Sumerian astronomers. A notable example of this is the Enuma Anu Enlil, a major series of 68 or 70 tablets, depending on the recension, dealing with Babylonian astrology. The series was probably compiled in its canonical form during the Kassite period, 1595 to 1157 BCE, but there was certainly some form of prototype Enuma Anu Enlil current in the Old Babylonian Amorite period, 1950 to 1595 BCE, continued in use into the first millennium, the legible copy being in 104 BCE. It is believed that the first 49 tablets were transmitted to India in just 4th or 3rd centuries BCE, and that the final tablets dealing with the stars had also arrived in India just before the start of the Common Era. There was a remarkable preservation process happening lasting centuries. The term Amorite may not have originally referred to a specific ethnic group, but to any nomadic people who threatened the stability of established communities. Even if this is so, at some point Amorite came to designate a certain tribe of people with a specific culture based on a nomadic lifestyle of living off the land and taking what was needed from the communities they encountered. They grew more powerful as they acquired more land, until finally they directly threatened the stability of those in the established cities of the region. This situation came to crisis during the latter part of the Third period, also known as the Sumerian Renaissance, 2047 to 1750 BCE. King Shuli of the Sumerian city of constructed a wall, 155 miles, 250 kilometers long, specifically to keep the Amorites out of Sumer. The wall was too long to be properly manned, however, and also presented the problem of not being anchored at either end to any kind of obstacle. An invading force could simply walk around the wall to bypass it, and that seems to be precisely what the Amorites did. Amorite incursions led to the weakening of and Sumer, which encouraged the region of Elam to mount an invasion and break through the wall. The sack of by the Elamites in 1750 BCE ended Sumerian civilization, but this was made possible by the earlier incursions of the Amorites and their migrations throughout the region, which undermined the stability and trade of the cities. Following the sack of in 1750 BCE, the Amorites merged with the Sumerian population in southern Mesopotamia. They had already been established in the cities of Mari and Ebla in Syria, and had ruled in Babylon since circa 1984 BCE. The Amorite king Sin Mubilit had assumed the throne in Babylon in 1812 BCE. He was succeeded by his son Hammurabi, who is better known by his Akkadian name Hammurabi. The fact that an Amorite king ruled in Babylon prior to the fall of supports the claim that not all Amorites were Amorites, and that, as previously mentioned, the term was used rather loosely to refer to any nomadic tribe in the Near East. The Amorites of Babylon seem to have been regarded positively in the region, while the roaming Amorites continued to be a source of instability. The Amorites of Babylon, just as those who inhabited other cities, worshipped Sumerian gods and wrote down Sumerian myths and legends. The only thing we can say for sure on the origins of the Sumerians is that there are trails of evidence. Their science was extremely high at the very beginning of their appearance in Sumer. The Ubaid and Amorites have equally mysterious origins and, at times, difficult to separate. Amazingly, there are over 1 million cuneiform tablets discovered to date. The majority are waiting to be translated. There are undoubtedly answers in them, waiting to be discovered.
In Kingdoms of Sumeria, Origins of the Sumerian Savants, we neglected to mention what the Sumerians wrote themselves about their own origins. Like the many ancient cultures, they have a bizarre creation myth on their origins. Now housed in the Ashmolean Museum in Oxford, we have one of the most important writings preserved on this very issue. The Sumerian King List, as it is commonly known, delivers an astonishing backdrop to this saga. This Sumerian King List, however, still confounds historians after more than a century of research. There are many renditions of this incredible artifact that have been recovered from various ancient sites where flourishing cities once stood. The list is an ancient manuscript originally recorded in the Sumerian language, listing kings of Sumer from neighboring dynasties, their supposed reign lengths, and the locations of, quote, official, unquote, kingship. What makes this artifact so unique is the fact that the list blends apparently mythical pre-dynastic rulers with historical rulers who are known to have existed. The term mythical rulers and the term historical rulers are terms used by pure academic historians to counteract what they do not fully understand regarding the length of reign these Sumerian rulers had. Essentially, what historians cannot prove or they don't believe to be true is classed as mythology, an effective tool to restore their academic and intellectual prowess, rather than simply state they do not know something. That said, the mythologists cannot claim that everything in Mesopotamian mythology is based in theology or religious rituals either. As you're about to see, the truth might be that both the historians and the mythologists may be right. It's just the extreme prejudiced perspective of each side claiming the knowledge without looking at the details with an open mind. The first fragment of this rare and unique text, a 4,000-year-old cuneiform tablet, was found in the early 1900s by German-American scholar Hermann Hilprecht at the site of ancient Nippur. His findings were later published in 1906. Since Hilprecht's discovery, at least 18 other exemplars of the King's List have been found, most of them dating from the second half of the Isen dynasty, circa 2017 to 1794 BCE. No two of these documents are identical. However, there's enough common material in all versions of the list to make it clear that they're derived from a single, as historians put it, idealistic account of Sumerian history. Among all the examples of the Sumerian King List, the Weld-Blundell prism in the Ashmolean Museum Cuneiform Collection, Oxford, represents the most extensive version as well as the most complete copy of the King List. The 8-inch high prism contains 4 sides with 2 columns on each side. It's believed that it originally had a wooden spindle going through its center so it could be rotated and read on all 4 sides. It lists rulers from the antediluvian, that is, before the flood, dynasties to the 14th ruler of the Isen dynasty, circa 1700s BC. The list is of immense value because it reflects very old traditions while at the same time providing an important chronological framework relating to the different periods of kingship in Sumeria. It even demonstrates remarkable parallels to accounts in Genesis. So just how ancient is the ancient civilization of Sumer? Sumer, sometimes called Sumeria, is the site of the earliest known civilization, located in the southernmost part of Mesopotamia between the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers. This area later became Babylonia and modern-day southern Iraq from Baghdad to the Persian Gulf. By the 3rd millennium BC, Sumer was the site of at least 12 separate city-states: Kish, Erech, U, Sippar, Akshak, Larak, Nippur, Adab, Umma, Lagash, Bad Tibira, and Larsa. Each of these states comprised a walled city and its surrounding villages and land, and each worshipped its own deity, whose temple was the central structure of the city. Political power originally belonged to the citizens, but as rivalry between the various city-states increased, each adopted the institution of kingship. The Sumerian king list records that 8 kings reigned before a great flood. After the flood, various city-states and their dynasties of kings temporarily gained power over the others. Let us now address Sumeria's apparently mythical past. The Sumerian king list begins with the very origin of kingship, which is seen as a divine institution. Quote, "The kingship had descended from heaven," unquote. The rulers in the earliest dynasties are not only represented as reigning fantastical lengthy periods, but have origins in the heavens above. This is a major clue that everyone has overlooked because it's been labeled as religious or mythical. After the kingship descended from heaven, the kingship was in Eridu. In Eridu, Alalam became king. He ruled for 28,800 years. Alalar ruled for 36,000 years. 2 kings, they ruled for 64,800 years. Some of the rulers mentioned in the early list, such as Etana, Lugalbanda, and Gilgamesh, are mythical or legendary figures whose heroic feats are subjects of a series of Sumerian and Babylonian narratives. They are now legendary compositions of writing. The early list names 8 kings with a combined total of 241,200 years from the time when kingship, quote, "descended from heaven," unquote, to the time when, quote, "the flood," unquote, swept over the land and once more, quote, "the kingship was lowered from heaven," unquote, after the flood. There may well have been 2 historical floods: the ancient biblical flood, possibly remote antiquity, and a 4500 BC era flood. An extremely well-preserved, intact Ubaid skeleton from a flood layer is testament to this.
The skeleton of a 12-year-old Sumerian boy from the Pergamon Museum in Berlin may hold the answers. A complete skeleton from the Sumerian capital of Ur, dating back to around 4500 BC, was recently rediscovered in the Penn Museum. Its intact teeth may include enough soft tissue to allow DNA testing. Nicknamed Noah, the skeleton appears to have survived an ancient flood and everything that followed.
On the lower teeth.
And she said, "I have this mystery skeleton that I have not been able to identify for the past 30 years. We should go and look at it." So we went, found the crate, opened it up, and compared it to the field notes and the field photographs, and we had a match.
Be careful near the nails.
I think that he is it looks to me, based on the skeletal indicators, I can see a healthy individual who died at a reasonably old age for people who lived at that time. I think it's super interesting because of the relative rarity, essentially, of skeletons coming from that place in that time period, and it's old, okay? It can give us a lot of details about life history of the person who lived at that time. It can give us details, essentially about health and disease in that time.
But you can see that it's intact.
Until recently, the primary advocates for testing Sumerian DNA had been the followers of Zecharia Sitchin, who hold the belief that the ancient Sumerians may have carried non-terrestrial genes. But there are plenty of more conventional reasons to study Sumerian DNA. It stands to tell us where the first city builders came from and who are their contemporary descendants. The migration of the Sumerians is one of the great untold stories of human civilization. If we aim to tell it, DNA is the best tool we have.
And so what you just watched was us bringing it into conservation, because without actually having their professional word on how to maintain it, how to keep it, we really can't move forward with our analyses.
What we're going to do as conservators is do what we can to make the body more available for research. Especially with archaeological skeletal material, we follow a real philosophy of minimum intervention. We're not going to do anything more than we absolutely have to make them stable and available for study.
And that's when we form basically kind of a scientific team. And what we've attempted to do with these teams, and again, being part of the University of Pennsylvania and it being our mission, in education, what we'll try to do is incorporate as many students as we can into that process. Okay? Yes, we can look at it. Yes, we can say these things. We've talked about its age of death. We've talked about the age in which it lived. Okay? We've talked about the sex of the skeleton, various structures associated with pathology and disease. Now, how can we contextualize that in the best possible way? And that's the science of skeletal studies and archaeology.
The Penn Museum skeleton is extremely rare and incredibly significant in the search for human origins. The fact it was lost in their basement, misplaced or forgotten for so long, is never addressed. In fact, they think it's cool they, quote, rediscovered it, unquote. They're so proud to display this fact, it becomes the actual news story. Instead of testing the DNA of the intact teeth of one of the most important skeleton finds of the 20th century. Instead, the only thing they say they're going to do is conserve it. Now let us discuss the academic interpretation of long reigns before the flood. The amazingly long tenure of the early kings has provoked many attempts at interpretation. At one extreme is the complete dismissal of the astronomically large figures as completely artificial, and the view that they're unworthy of sincere consideration. At the other extreme is the belief that the numbers have a basis in history, that the early kings were indeed gods and demigods who possessed immortality, that they could live much longer periods than mortal humans. In between the two extremes is the hypothesis that the figures represent relative power of triumph or importance. In an abstract concept, the phrase, "he died aged 130, refers to someone who lived life to the full and who offered an important contribution to society. In the same way, the extremely lengthy periods of reign of the early kings supposedly represent how incredibly important they were perceived as being in the eyes of the people. This doesn't explain, however, why the periods of tenure later switched to realistic time periods. Related to this perspective is the belief that although the early kings are historically unattested, this does not preclude their possible correspondence with historical rulers who were later mythicized. In fairness, some scholars have sought to explain the rulers through a mathematical investigation and interpretation. However, the following reigns were originally measured in Sumerian numeral units known as sars, units of 3,600 years, nurs, units of 600 years, and soses, units of 60 years. As we already explained in our episode, Origins of the Sumerian Savants, the base 60 system is a natural unit for precessional calculations. Scholars, historians, and mythologists have all converted the original Sumerian units of sars, ners, and soses into specific numbers of years. In doing so, they have completely lost themselves in the data. Precession is the key to understanding the King's List, as it uses sexagesimal units for, quote, heavenly bodies, unquote. Let's have a look at the precessional numbers and their relation to Genesis. Some scholars have drawn attention to the fact that there are remarkable similarities between the Sumerian King List and accounts in Genesis. For example, Genesis tells the story of the Great Flood and Noah's efforts to save all the species of animals on earth from destruction. Likewise, in the Sumerian King List, there's a discussion of a great deluge, the flood swept over the earth. The Sumerian King List provides a list of 8 kings, some versions have 10, who reigned for lengthy periods of time before the flood, ranging from 18,600 to 43,200 years. The 432 number is a beacon here. 432 soses exactly in a full precessional cycle. This is also the case in Genesis 5, where the generations from creation to the flood are recorded. Interestingly, between Adam and Noah, there are 8 generations, just as there are 8 kings between the beginning of kingship and the flood in the Sumerian King List. This 8 numerology is highly significant in further understanding of creation myths, as you'll see later. After the flood, the King List records kings who ruled for much shorter periods of time. Thus, the Sumerian King List not only documents a great flood early in man's history, but it also reflects the same pattern of decreasing longevity as found in the Bible. Men had extremely long lifespans before the flood and much shorter lifespans following the flood, whether real, mythical, written, or otherwise. The Sumerian King List, when analyzed in purely historical terms, is undoubtedly a perplexing mystery. Why would the Sumerians combine mythical rulers with actual historical rulers in one document? Why are there so many similarities with Genesis? Why were ancient kings described as ruling for thousands of years? Why do we assume they made something up for a creation myth, yet it never changed for the Genesis version? Or, as you'll see, other cultures with striking similarities. Precession is the only key to understanding all this. When we look at the King List of Berosus, circa 747 BC, we find something remarkable. Berosus, the Hellenized Babylonian philosopher/astrologer, proposes in his Babylonica, in the first section of Book 2, a second list of antediluvian kings who reigned after the appearance of Oannes, the fishman deity, this time including 10 sovereigns, 4 cities, and 120 periods of reign. The 2 following sections of his Book 2 are devoted to a description of the flood and to the post-diluvian kings. Berosus followed his narrative from the archives of Babylonia, Borsippa, and these archives, regarding the creation and the first ages of the world, copied revelations ostensibly inscribed on tablets by Oannes, the first Apkallu fishman and the inventor of letters, sciences, and arts, the founder of laws, cities, and all civilization. In the Babylonian Berosus story, there were 10 kings who lived very long lives, from creation to the time of the flood. This is given as a total of 432,000 years. Again, 432 sosis is one complete precession cycle. At this point, alarm bells should be going off, because the number 432 is perhaps best known in relation to Hindu ideas of cycles of time. The Kali Yuga is said to last 432,000 years, being part of the Great Cycle, which itself lasts 4,320,000 years. The cross-cultural links between ancient mythology, cycles of time, and astronomy doesn't stop here. The Viking Eddas that were found in Iceland tell the story of the Day of Ragnarok, the doomsday of the gods. At that time, 800 divine warriors will come out of each of the 540 doors of Valhalla. 800 times 540 equals 432,000. When you look at the king list with astronomy in mind, you seem to get satisfactory insights into not just Sumerian culture, but other cultures and their mythologies. Astronomy, myth, and celestial mathematics are undoubtedly interwoven. The king list is by no means solved, but no other satisfactory explanation has ever been given before for the duration of the lengthy reigns in question. This is not an abstract reasoning either. Sumerians writes up to the time of the Greco-Roman Empire attributed heavenly bodies as gods or vice versa, the gods' names being attributed to heavenly bodies, whichever way you prefer. It's said Julius Caesar, when he marched in to conquer Rome, painted his face in red in honor of Mars, the god of war. It seems plausible that scientific knowledge could have embedded itself in myth and crystallized itself in the form of numbers. Astronomical fact encoded by means of simple arithmetic, yet apparently complex enough to have escaped notice, thus repeated in the analysis of rationalistic thought, therefore revealing itself through myth. The ancients reasoned differently and regarded it in esteem. To the pertinence and extension of knowledge, quote, empirical fact, unquote, needed myth to magnify it and numbers to reveal it. When you grasp that, you'll grasp the heritage of all the astronomy-based ancient cultures. All of society benefited from that approach, and knowledge in those societies was never something hidden. It was accessible to the intelligence of those who possessed such gifts. The myths and monuments that crystallized such knowledge was available to all people. It's rather modern society, with its incapacity really to understand otherness, as well as its bondage to its own ego, that masks this lack of availability through a panel of experts who remain useless and deaf to dialogue. It's become a body of knowledge reserved for specialists and shut away in inaccessible places, reduced to an absurd complexity of data and results. Now that we've battled through the Sumerian king list, seen the tug of war between mythology and history, seen how the creation myth may actually make sense when using the right data, you might think case closed. Astronomy is the element we need. Astronomy and precession may be the missing element, but separating mythology from history is incredibly difficult. Astronomy only gives us another lens into our past to see clearer. The Sumerian king list was not just an ancient manuscript originally recorded in the Sumerian language listing kings of Sumeria from ancient southern Iraq and neighboring dynasties, detailed supposed reign lengths, and the locations of official kingship. Kingship was believed to have been handed down by the gods and could be transferred from one city to another, reflecting perceived hegemony in the region. Throughout its Bronze Age existence, the document evolved into a political tool. Its final and single-attested version, dating to the Middle Bronze Age, aimed to legitimize Ison's claim to hegemony when Ison, who was vying for dominance with Larsa and other neighboring city-states in southern Mesopotamia. The king list blends prehistorical, presumably mythical, pre-dynastic rulers with implausibly lengthy reigns, with later, more plausibly historical dynasties. Although the primal kings are historically unattested, this does not preclude their possible correspondence with historical rulers who were later mythicized. Some mainstream Assyriologists view the pre-dynastic kings as a later fictional addition. Only one ruler listed is known to be female, Kugbao, the female tavern keeper, who alone accounts for the third dynasty of Kish. The earliest listed ruler whose historicity has been archaeologically verified is Enmi-Baraj-C of Kish, circa 2600 BC. Reference to this individual in the Epic of Gilgamesh has led to speculation that Gilgamesh himself may be historical. In fact, reports by the BBC came out in the Second Iraq War that they found the tomb of the demigod Gilgamesh.
A German-led expedition has discovered what is thought to be the entire city of Uruk, including where the Euphrates once flowed, the last resting place of its famed demigod, King Gilgamesh. The grave of King Gilgamesh looks incredibly similar to that which is described in the Epic of Gilgamesh.
One has to know it's the scene of action of the oldest epic of mankind. So it was a place where the development of the writing has taken place. So it was a huge city center in ancient Mesopotamia, which enables such big developments in the history of man. It was described in the epic that the burial of King Gilgamesh was inside the river, the ancient river of Euphrates, and we found in just outside of the city an area very near of a so-called New Year's temple in the middle of the former Euphrates River. We detected the remains of such a building. This building is the grave of King Gilgamesh, as it was described by the epic of Gilgamesh. Definitely, it must be the grave of King Gilgamesh. It looks very, very similar to that what is described.
In this 2003 news report by the BBC, you can see that archaeologists, whilst in Iraq, believe they may have found the lost tomb of King Gilgamesh, the subject of the oldest book in history. King Gilgamesh was believed to be 2/3 god, 1/3 human. The Epic of Gilgamesh, written by Middle Eastern scholars some 2,500 years before the birth of Christ, commemorated the life of the ruler of the city of Uruk, from which Iraq gets its name. Now this German-led expedition has claimed discovery of the city of Uruk, the resting place of its famous king and his grave. In the Gilgamesh epic, a set of inscribed clay tablets, Gilgamesh was described as having been buried under the Euphrates River in a tomb apparently constructed where the waters of the ancient river parted following his death. They found just outside the city an area in the middle of the former Euphrates River, the remains of such a building which can only be interpreted as his burial. This should be the story of the century. After all, the Epic of Gilgamesh is the oldest story in the world. Fastminder stated that the amazing discovery of the ancient city under the Iraqi desert had been made possible by modern magnetogram technology. What he neglects to mention is this new high-tech geophysical method was only developed just before the invasion. The archaeology was not sanctioned by anyone, and as soon as the remains of demigod King Gilgamesh was exhumed, the Germans and Americans squabbled over possession. The invasion of Iraq almost ended immediately after the archaeological find, as the date of the BBC report shows. The biggest find of the century has been suppressed to this day. It would be out of this world to test the DNA of a Sumerian king or an intact Sumerian skeleton in general. Sadly, the oldest skeleton ever found in Mesopotamia, the Ubaid skeleton at the Penn Museum, is not marked for DNA testing. 3 dynasties are notably excluded from the list. The Larsa dynasty, which vied for power with the Isin dynasty during the Isin-Larsa period, and the 2 dynasties of Lagash, which respectively preceded and ensued the Akkadian Empire, when Lagash exercised considerable influence in the region. Lagash is known directly from the archaeological artifacts dating from circa 2500 BC. The list is important to the chronology of the 3rd millennium BC. However, the fact that many of the dynasties listed reigned simultaneously from varying localities makes it difficult to reproduce a strict linear chronology. The combination of astronomical data, mythology, and the mix of actual kings, god kings, and rulers become rather convoluted at this point. The later Babylonian and Assyrian king list preserved the earliest portions of the list well into the 3rd century BC, when the Berosus Babylonica popularized fragments of the list in the Hellenic world. In 1960, the Apkallu list or Uruk list of kings and sages was discovered by German archaeologists at the ancient temple at Uruk. The list, dating to circa 165 BC, contains a series of kings equivalent to the Sumerian antediluvians called Apkallu. The Apkallu were the embodiment of this culture, so much so that historians wrestling with the literature of these sages become so embroiled in mythology that they become mythologists in a way themselves. The tale of Adapa, one of the first Mesopotamia sages, really begs explanation, because like the Epic of Gilgamesh, there's a theme or a question of immortality within the body of writings. This is the fuel that drives the historians to seek answers to the lengthy reigns of the god kings of Mesopotamia. In fairness, whilst they were an astronomy culture, and the fact they used precessional numbers does explain the purely numerical values in the kings list somewhat. The quest for immortality in the Epic of Gilgamesh and the test of immortality in the tale of Adapa is a complete mystery. It is as if the Sumerians developed the most amazing script writing skills as a backdrop to the god kings of Mesopotamia. You might think this is all very creative of the Sumerians. They were dreaming up wild science fiction stories, whereby they loved to blur the line between fact and fiction. However, an almost identical scenario is going on in Egypt at about the same time. In Egyptian mythology, there was the Ogdoad, a Greek root word meaning the eightfold. They were 8 primordial deities worshipped in Hermopolis during the Old Kingdom period, 27th to the 22nd century BC. Well, there's no doubt as to the antiquity of this group of gods, such that even at the time of composition of the pyramid texts towards the end of the Old Kingdom period, they were antiquated and forgotten by everyone except religious experts. The oldest known pictorial representations of the group do not predate the time of Seti I. Wallace Budge compares the concept to a group of 4 pairs of primeval gods mentioned in the Babylonian creation myth. The Enuma Elish, text of the late period, describe them as having the heads of frogs, male, and serpents, female, and they're often depicted in this way in reliefs of the Ptolemaic period. Budge also argues that the Ogdoad is the original company of gods, or Paut Neteru. The links between 8 primordial beings and serpent-like deities being a part of both apparently independent creation myths beggars belief. Before we explore the Babylonian creation myth further, it must be noted that Egypt also possesses the exact same problems with kings lists. The mysterious Shemsu-Hor were semi-divine kings and keepers of sacred knowledge in pre-dynastic Egypt. According to an ancient and very unique papyrus known as the Turin Kings List or the Turin Royal Canon, 10 Neteru, or gods, reigned for hundreds of years each for a total of 23,200 years. After this comes a list dedicated to the Shemsu-Hor, the followers of Horus, who reigned a total of 13,400 years. The Shemsu-Hor were activist priests and keepers of sacred astronomical knowledge. They observed celestial objects and were familiar with the movements of the sun, moon, stars, and other planets. The Shemsu-Hor were familiar with the precession, the great year of 25,920 years. At Heliopolis, the followers of Horus kept the knowledge of the ancient Egyptian astronomical religion alive for thousands of years. The Enuma Elish is the Babylonian creation myth named after its opening words. It was recovered by Austin Henry Layard in 1849 in fragmentary form in the ruin library of Ashurbanipal at Nineveh, modern-day Mosul, Iraq, and published by George Smith in 1876. The Enuma Elish has about 1,000 lines and is recorded in Old Babylonian on 7 clay tablets, each holding between 115 and 170 lines of Sumerian Akkadian cuneiform script. Most of Tablet 5 has never been recovered, but aside from this, the text is almost complete. The epic is one of the most important sources of understanding the Babylonian worldview, centered on the supremacy of Marduk and the creation of humankind for the service of the gods. Its primary original purpose, however, is not an exposition of theology or theogony, but the elevation of Marduk, the chief god of Babylon, among other Mesopotamian gods. The version from the library of Ashurbanipal dates to the 7th century BC. The composition of the text probably dates to the Bronze Age, to the time of Hammurabi, or perhaps the early Kassite era, roughly 18th to the 16th centuries BC, although some scholars favor a later date of circa 1100 BC. The epic names two primeval gods, Abzu, who represents fresh water, and Tiamat, representing oceanic waters. Several other gods are created, Ea and his brothers, who reside in Tiamat's vast body. They make so much noise that the babble or noise annoys Tiamat and Apsu greatly. Apsu wishes to kill the young gods, but Tiamat disagrees. The vizier, Mamu, agrees with Apsu's plan to destroy them. Tiamat, to stop this from occurring, warns Ea, the most powerful of the gods. Ea uses magic to put Apsu into a coma, then kills him and shuts Mamu out. Ea then becomes the chief god, marries Damkina, and has a son, Marduk, greater still than Ea himself. Marduk is given wind to play with, and he uses the wind to make dust storms and tornadoes. This disrupts Tiamat's great body and causes the gods still residing inside her to be unable to sleep. The gods persuade Tiamat to take revenge for the death of her husband, Apsu. Her power grows and some of the gods join her. She creates 11 monsters: Basmu, venomous snake; Usumgalu, great dragon; Musmahu, exalted serpent; Mushusu, furious snake; Lamu, the hairy one; Ugalu, the big weather beast; Uridimu, mad lion; Girtablulu, scorpion man; Umudabtrutu, violent storms; Kululu, fishman; and Kusariku, bullman, to help her win the battle, and elevates Kingu, her new husband, to supreme dominion. A lengthy description of the other gods' inability to deal with the threat follows. Marduk offers to save the gods if he's appointed as their leader and allowed to remain so even after the threat passes. When the gods agree to Marduk's conditions, he's selected as their champion against Tiamat and becomes very powerful. Marduk challenges Tiamat to combat and destroys her. He then rips her corpse into two halves, with which he fashions the earth and the sky. Marduk then creates the calendar, organizes the planets and stars, and regulates the moon, the sun, and the weather. The gods who have pledged their allegiance to Tiamat are initially forced into labor in the service of the gods who sided with Marduk. But they're freed from these labors when Marduk then destroys Tiamat's husband, Kingu, and uses his blood to create humankind to do the work for the gods. Most noteworthy is Marduk's symbolic elevation over Enlil, who was seen by earlier Mesopotamian civilizations as the king of the gods. As previously pointed out in the king list, it looks like this detailed creation myth has astronomical framework in mind. The use of numbers, heavenly bodies, planets, stars, sun, and moon are undeniable. The use of the terminology serpent, snake, and fishman is of ultimate significance. When we turn our attention to the Dogon tribe of Mali, Western Africa, this becomes apparent. Mali is a small landlocked country situated in the West African region of the continent and home to the legendary Dogon people. The Dogon tribe occupies a region in Mali, south of the Sahara Desert, currently having an estimated 100,000 members. The first Western scientists to visit and study the Dogon people were French anthropologists Marcel Grial and Germain Dieterlen, who initially contacted them in 1931. They documented the traditional mythology and sacred beliefs of the Dogon, which included an extraordinary body of ancient lore regarding Sirius, the brilliant, far-distant dog star. Let us now discuss the astounding links to the Dogon creation mythology. The Dogon creation myth is a bit complex and quite controversial, having different versions. However, it's generally believed that heaven, which is regarded as the creator, is called Amma, also called Amen. At the beginning of time, Amma, a supreme god who lived in the celestial regions and was the origin of all creation, created the earth and immediately joined with it. Amma then decided to create a representative of order called the Nomo and created for him 8 assistants, comprising of 4 couples of twins. These 8 deities were called the ancestors of human beings, and they too descended to earth in an ark, also created by Amma. The ark was suspended from heaven by a copper chain, which allowed the ark to float down to earth, like the sun traverses the sky and settles in the west. Just like the Babylonian and Egyptian, we see the 8 primordial beings represented, and specifically 4 couples, the use of astronomy embedded within their creation myth. The star Sirius and the Pleiades feature heavily in Dogon creation mythology, and they too feature heavily in Egyptian and Babylonian culture. The list of comparisons doesn't stop there. The Numo creator gods were described by Dogon priest Ogotameli. They have casques and slanted eyes, as well as cow's noses. They also have fish tails, serpent-like bodies, and strange bumps on their shoulder joints. The descriptions are completely identical to the Ubaid serpent goddess statues found in the city of Ur, located in southern Iraq. They date from the Ubaid period around 4500 BCE. These statues have lines across their fish and serpent-like bellies that were described by Ogotameli as being in a series of V's without points. The fact these statues identically resemble the Numo primordial beings as described by Ogotameli indicates these serpent goddess figures found in world mythology have evolved from the images and stories about the Numo. They're often described as semi-aquatic beings with fish-like skin, like mermen or mermaids. This we also see represented as Oannes, the fishman of Babylon. Oannes and the older Semitic god Dagon were considered identical. The Dogon even practiced the Semitic ritual of circumcision. The names of this deity might morph over time and culture, but the specific traits and characteristics are always the same. Oannes, just like the Numo, came to instruct the natives the secrets of agriculture, mound building, and metallurgy. There's no definitive conclusion to draw. Our story is convoluted. It's like someone gave a very unique creation myth to various cultures at or around the same time in our past, and each one ran with it in their own way. The only thing we can say safely about the king list of Sumeria is that they will lead you down a metaphorically profound rabbit hole.
This week, the documentary series Kingdoms of Sumeria goes to a whole new level. In this episode, we're emphasizing the advanced engineering of the grand architects of ancient Mesopotamia. We are breaking out new perspectives and analogies and research into previously unknown aspects of these mysterious cultures in Sumeria. we are back again, exploring high-tech rock crystal carvings, and this time completely inexplicable, beyond mysterious, having an atmosphere of perplexity that'll satisfy everyone's curiosity.
It's important to first state that it's nearly impossible to separate engineering and science from the art, ritual, and practices of the Sumerians. You might think this is an unusual concept. Science is science, art is art, ritual is ritual. In the ancient world, the Sumerians built temples for the gods. They utilized every facet of their science and engineering to put magic, ritual, and worship into their buildings, temples, and palaces. They also embedded their genius know-how into many cultural practices. There are secret societies that still today embody this hidden knowledge into their temples and way of life. It's a practice that never went away. Ask the average person how engineering, science, and technology developed. They would tell you each developed over extended periods of time, becoming more advanced as the centuries passed, each in their own way. This may be true for recent centuries, but the dawn of civilization doesn't just exist. That term is repeatedly used to refer to Sumerian and Egyptian cultures. However, these cultures were fully fledged right at what we call their genesis. We've seen in the episode The God Kings of Mesopotamia, the Ogdoad civilizers, the mysterious group of 8 primordial deities, gave us our civilization and subsequent knowledge. What academia refers to as the dawn of civilization is more akin to the midday of civilization. Putting it kindly, ask the average person about the Sumerians, you'll either get nothing, no idea of who they were, or else a sanitized version of who they are, courtesy of academia, due to their possession of the artifacts and knowledge. If you're well informed, you might get a legacy of what they left us. It encompasses everything from the following lengthy list, which is significant to recite as it's rarely done. Sumerians and later Babylonians, the world's first civilization, gave us religious practice, science, engineering, mathematics, art, architecture, literature, music, societal structure, government, laws, medicine, living standards, commerce, metallurgy, astronomy, agriculture, astrology, the wheel, the chariot, sailing, the plow, warfare, time, measurement, weights, writing, urbanization, irrigation, cartography, printing, libraries, and calendars. This extensive list is only a grouping of Sumerian firsts by subject matter. Each subject has its own list of specific achievements, as we've seen in previous episodes of Kingdom of Sumeria. Regarding mathematics, they achieved without doubt geometry, trigonometry, the Pythagoras theorem, advanced calculus, and abstract reasoning. These Sumerians were gifted individuals who carved their knowledge onto the landscape of Mesopotamia, one of the most hostile arid regions on the planet. They were grand architects who possessed advanced engineering skills, given to them by their gods, and they utilized them in honor of their gods. One such Sumerian architect left us amazed insights into the almost religious and ritual practice of engineering, strange as it may sound. Gudea, ruler of Lagash, didn't just build temples for his god, he wrote the mandate on how later temples would be built and the materials to be used. Entering the Gudea room in the Louvre Museum, you're instantly filled with the quality of art and sophistication of the Sumerians. The diorite sculptures of Gudea, the ruler of Lagash, are some 4,000 years old, and some of them are life-size. Well, some are standing positions, and some are seated, but one of the most remarkable is a seated figure that's missing his head, part of its knee, and one of its thumbs. Although somewhat in a state of decay, he is exceptional because he holds on his lap a tablet that has inscribed in it the plan of a temple. Gudea was the prince or governor of Lagash, a city-state in southern Mesopotamia. This period is known as the Third Dynasty of Ur, or the Neo-Sumerian period. Some of this comes after the earlier period when the Sumerians had been in control of southern Mesopotamia, known as the Sumerian dynastic period. It was interrupted when the Akkadians, a militaristic culture, took control, but the Akkadians were destabilized when they were attacked by a people from the mountains, which allowed for the Sumerians to reassert themselves, and that's the period we're looking at here. Gudea built or rebuilt many temples, clearly concerned about demonstrating his piety, and we know that from inscriptions, including the inscriptions on this sculpture. You can see cuneiform on his skirt on the chair, and all the way across his back, the inscription tells us that it was important to Gudea that this statue be erected of specifically diorite. This incredibly hard stone is not available in the floodplain between the Tigris and Euphrates in Mesopotamia. Stone had to be imported, and diorite being such a hard stone to carve, but one that's incredibly durable. Gudea tells us in the inscription for this statue that nobody was to use silver or lapis lazuli, neither should copper or tin or bronze be a working material. It's exclusively of diorite. He's comparing this to materials that are colorful, that are shining, clearly preferring this very dark stone.
Before we analyze the diorite statues of Sumeria, let's take a journey to the sister culture of Egypt, where we see the same obsession of using this extremely difficult material. This mysterious use of diorite attests to the artistic prowess of the art in the ancient world.
Diorite is composed mainly of feldspar and lesser amounts of quartz and other minerals. It's an extremely hard rock, making it difficult to carve and work with. Its hardness, however, also allows it to be worked finely and take a high polish, and to provide a durable finished work. One comparatively frequent use of diorite was for inscription in the ancient world, as it is easier to carve in relief than in three-dimensional statuary. The ancients chose diorite for longevity, and that longevity came at a price of hard toil and a non-negotiable mandate to only use this material. We see Gudea has his hands clasped in all these statues. His feet are together, and there's a real sense of solitude and dignity as these sculptures were erected in temples. These statues took the place of Gudea before the gods, thus continually offering prayer. Gudea is known for building a series of temples, predominantly including a temple to Ningirsu in the city of Girsu. Ningirsu, who was a primary deity of the Sumerians, the building of this temple was apparently extremely important to Gudea, and is perhaps one reason why he's presented with this temple plan on his lap. The temple plan shows the walls that would have surrounded the inner shrine within the larger temple complex walls with fortifications, with towers, with entrances, and we can even make out small buildings on the outside of the walls in between the buttresses. We see two other objects on his lap. There's a stylus, which would have been used to inscribe the plan in question. There's also a tool, a little degraded in condition, but we can still make out it's a tool for measurement. Remarkably, the measurements on Gudea's measurement stick has increments exactly relating to our inch. Etched in detail are regular graduations. Everything about this sculpture is designed to last for eternity. Remarkable that we think of in the USA as the imperial inch is in fact Gudea's inch. The Sumerians were known to have a system of weights and measures. The most common of these are duck-stylized weights. They could weigh and count accurately. There's a huge deliberation over vessels they had as they relate to the cubic foot, and thus the inch, 12 inches to a foot. Yet Gudea sits there with his ruler with increments of inches in the Louvre. Diorite statues were also being produced in ancient Egypt at the same time as Gudea. Just like the Egypt versions are always shown barefoot. There are other heads shown here in the gallery, typically wearing a hat that may be made of wool or fur, but it's very different from the kinds of crowns worn by the earlier Akkadian rulers. Gudea is shown clean-shaven in contrast to the elaborate beard of the Akkadians. There's a smaller sculpture here in the Lagash exhibit made from a lighter color of diorite, where the figure is much more intact, and he's interestingly holding a jar from which water spouts in streams in two directions. We even see fish playing those streams, and this is an indication of the bounty of good day is rain for his people, and that's assured by his piety toward the gods. In all these sculptures, the face is wide-eyed, and the eyes are framed by these wonderful arcing eyebrows. Everything about this speaks to a kind of piety, a kind of simplicity, a kind of reverence. And artistic as all this is, it was done in the most difficult way by using the exotic diorite as a mandate. But why? The simplest answer is because the gods told them to. Literally, Gudea, just like many rulers, were taking orders from gods to carry out actions. Academia's viewpoint on Gudea of Lagash is that he set about a building craze in honor of his god, like it was an abstract concept. The Louvre portrays Gudea as commissioning the temple, when texts clearly state he did not. Portrayed as if it was all his idea, and out of respect for his god, he dedicates the temple to his god. This is a blatant aberration disguised with the religious practice and mythology labels. We can see the truth in the very same room in the Louvre. Two huge cylinders explain in detail without interpretation. The Gudea cylinders are a pair of terracotta cylinders dating to circa 2125 BC, on which is written in cuneiform a quote, Sumerian myth, unquote, called the building of Ningirsu's temple. The cylinders were made by Gudea, the ruler of Lagash, and were found in 1877 during excavations at ancient Girsu, Iraq, and are now displayed in the Louvre in Paris. They're the largest cuneiform cylinders ever discovered and contain the longest known text written in the Sumerian language. The text says, and this is Academia's own translation, that Enlil ordered Ningirsu to build the temple, and that Ningirsu ordered Prince Gudea, ruler of Lagash, to implement the temple plan. At no point does Gudea says this is his original idea, that he's carrying this purely out of his own desire, and that there is a dedication to an abstract deity. This is the only interpretation and impression Academia gives us. It's not that there's trickery going on. Academia truly believes when they say the words God and Goddess mentioned that mythology must be applied. These two cylinders were not commissioned by King Gudea of Lagash. He was merely carrying out orders, albeit by, quote, gods, unquote, and he clearly states this on the cylinders. They serve as a literary and historical record of the construction of the temple of Ningirsu and the enthronement of the divine king and queen of Lagash during the ceremony to mark the new year. How is this related to Mesopotamian engineering? Every case you look at, every building, temple, and practice, method and construction techniques, and mandates are all related to interactions of humans and divinity. Cylinder B even talks about after the temple was completed, the god was invited to take possession of the finished product. There needs to be a reclassification of what divinity meant to the Sumerians, not what it means to us. Divinity to the Sumerians had a tangible element to it, like it or not. Gudea's reign was dominated by the reconstruction of the Temple of Ningirsu. He had several commemorative inscriptions built into the temple, in the foundations, beneath the doors, and in the walls. The ritual practices of laying cornerstones and imbuing other sentiments into the foundations of temples is preserved in Freemasonry today. When temples were rebuilt, they sought out the corner brick embedded in the structure. With Sumerian handwritten stamped instructions or rituals, the brick was broken and a new one made with the incantation on it. Various other methods of this existed elsewhere in the structures they were built, whether it was walls, temples, or ziggurats. Stone or metal tablets, copper figurines ending in a point like nails, and clay cones and nails whose head was designed to stick out of the wall. The clay cones or nails were literally pushed into the mud brick walls as a ritual. Gudea was a master of all these rituals and incantations. In that respect, he was a grand architect of ancient Girsu. Why all the ritual practices if you're starting off your civilization, trying to get good old-fashioned engineering off the ground? Why start all this extracurricular practice? Wouldn't you find it complex enough getting all the math and science right for the ziggurat step pyramids? Wouldn't you find it difficult enough kick-starting a civilization in Mesopotamia without stone, having to literally invent everything from bricks to methodology? The answer is always the same. The gods told them how to do this. Yet academia looks back at this epoch, conjures up its own idea of what a god or divinity is, doesn't like it, can't explain it, resorts to calling it mythology, and then denies the complexity of it all. In addition, they call it the dawn of civilization, and everything tells us it was long after the dawn. Now that you've seen the convoluted early accounts of our first engineering, thanks to Gudea, when we look to the ancient site of Babylon that so many of us have heard of from the Bible, we've heard the story of the Tower of Babel, which may have come from a ziggurat in ancient Babylon. Babylon conjures up these great images of the ancient world and many achievements and famous people. But it's a very humble-looking site today.
Before we break down the history of engineering at one of the most famous cities in the ancient world of Babylon, let's take a look, a quick visit to see the condition as it is today and the difficulties in preserving the legacy in a millennia.
Babylon. 4,000 years of Mesopotamia's rich cultural heritage. Ancient city of King Nebuchadnezzar, capital of one of the earliest cradles of civilization and birthplace of writing and literature. Today, following years of neglect and conflict, Babylon hardly evokes the same image of splendor. Visitors enter through a replica of the famous Ishtar Gate. The original was carried off in the early 20th century by European archaeologists and is now on display in Berlin.
So what are we seeing right there that looks old?
This is the inner walls.
That's original.
Original.
Iraqi archaeologist Hadi Musa shows us an area some believe is the site of the mythical Hanging Gardens, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Babylon today not only offers lessons of civilization's past, but also tidbits of insight into its more recent turbulent history. We meet Hussein Sahib, one of the guards here. He clearly remembers the first day in 2003 that American tanks lumbered into view. And we're told that this concertina wire left by the military is now supposed to prevent visitors from climbing all over the 2.5 millennia old Lion of Babylon, the symbol of Iraq. Excavations under the reign of Saddam Hussein left much to be desired. A lot of what you see is a cheap brick replica of what Babylon should have looked like in 600 BC.
Saddam Hussein had bricks put into the walls, like this one here. Effectively, it was his way of trying to immortalize himself. They're thanking him. The writing here is thanking him. And it's very much what kings millennia beforehand used to do when they were rebuilding this historic city.
Babylon conjures up these great images of the ancient world and many achievements and famous people. People are often shocked that it's mud brick, that it's simple construction technologies, and except for the raised brick animal figures that are very famous, the rest of it doesn't look the way we expect. We read about Hammurabi and his building campaign and his code of laws, and then later during the period that we call Neo-Babylonia, when Nebuchadnezzar rebuilt the walls and made luxurious palaces.
The most notorious king of Babylon, Nebuchadnezzar II, embarked on one of the most extensive preservation and engineering projects of ancient times. The engineering techniques and materials that he used can be seen in the following artifact.
Well, this is a romantic object. Basically, a soaking great lump of clay that was used to decorate a building in Babylon at the time of Nebuchadnezzar II. And we know all that because the cuneiform text that you can see in this rectangular panel at the front has been squashed into the clay, leaving that imprint. And if you decipher that, it tells the story. The thick lump of clay, if I turn it round, it's got this black stuff on the outside, and that is bitumen, which was used to stick these clay tiles, effectively, onto the outside of Nebuchadnezzar's buildings.
Hammurabi's law code was carved into a huge 2.25 meter, or 7.5 foot, stone stele and consists of 282 laws. The only reason the Code of Hammurabi is so well preserved from Babylonia, 1734 BC, is because it was carved on diorite. Some 500 years later, after Gudea, we see the difficult practice of carving diorite ensue. It's one of the oldest deciphered writings of significant length in the world and proves Gudea's plan for longevity works if you choose the right building materials. Laws, if they are to permeate culture, must last the ravages of time. Importing diorite, a rare substance only found in a few locations on the planet, was a necessity. Babylon became a center for learning and the arts, and the site of one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, made possible by hydraulic engineering on a vast scale. Sumerians and their successors were from earliest records masters of irrigation, building levees and manipulating the Mesopotamia rivers to their advantage. An imperial capital famed for the Ishtar Gate, which is in the Pergamon Museum in Berlin. A lot remains on the site. Even though mud brick is a very humble material, the monumentality of the site is in the epic scale. So you look at these walls and they're meters and meters thick, meters and meters high. The ancient Sumerians took the only commodity they had, invented the simple mud brick, and scaled it up on a scale that was simply astonishing. There were two sizes of brick, an industrial size and a more decorative style. Babylon became an epicenter for science and engineering. It became so powerful they just imported whatever they didn't have from thousands of miles. The Judea Cylinder B even tells us in his time the list of products they were importing from a 2,000-kilometer radius, from as far as Meluhha, the Indus Valley civilizations. By Nebuchadnezzar's time, Babylon was the engineering trade center of the world. The Babylonian Ishtar Gate in the Pergamon Museum, Berlin, is one of the most astonishing relics of the ancient world. Originally, there were 8 double gates that form part of the walls around the ancient city of Babylon. It doesn't just impress us, it also impressed people when it was built. Nebuchadnezzar of biblical fame ascended to the throne and proceeded to rebuild the already ancient city of Babylon. This is a city that has its roots in the 3rd millennium BC, but had become a major political center under King Hammurabi in the 1700s BC. The city had remained populated but regained importance in the 6th century under Nebuchadnezzar II and under his father. What we're seeing here is an enormous preservation campaign that Nebuchadnezzar II had undertaken. Engineering didn't develop, it was preserved from kingdom to kingdom over very long epochs. We might recognize Nebuchadnezzar II from the Bible, from the book of Daniel. He's the ruler of Babylon who conquers and destroys the temple in Jerusalem and who's responsible for the exile of the Jews. Clearly, he was very powerful. He was able to undertake this enormous restoration and expansion campaign. He fortified and strengthened 11 miles of wall around the city of Babylon. He reconstructed the great ziggurat in Babylon, which had the temple of Marduk at its top. Nebuchadnezzar II had a grand vision. He took a decaying city, Babylon, and transformed it into a vast, sophisticated metropolis. Nebuchadnezzar understood his place in history, and he wrote inscriptions in his new buildings that not only identified them and identified their purpose and him as their patron, but also asked future rulers to rebuild them for him. It's as though he knew that empires come and go and that he could speak across history to future engineers. Why? He wanted Babylon to reflect his own magnificence. The architects of the time adorned the facades of the buildings with painted glazed bricks, so that the massive constructions lining the wide procession street, the Ishtar Gate itself, and the palace of Nebuchadnezzar would dazzle visitors to his capital. Nebuchadnezzar essentially took on the role of the grand architects before him, perhaps lamenting of the time of Gudea. It's why he left us the tantalizing inscriptions, in an attempt to preserve the engineering which has a mix of divine and human influence. Nowadays, Freemasonry preserves such practices of temple building in their society's rituals. Ziggurats are perhaps the first known engineering structures, involving mathematics, geometry, and human and divine intent. Essentially, they're stepped temple towers, built and utilized as religious structures, with some 25 ziggurats known. Ziggurats are found in the major cities of what was Mesopotamia, encompassing now modern Iran, spread throughout the ancient lands of Sumeria, Babylonia, and Assyria. They were built from a variety of epochs ranging 2200 to 500 BC. The famed Tower of Babel is associated with the ziggurat of the Great Temple of Marduk in Babylon. These ziggurats were simulated mountains, and many people in the ancient Near East continued to worship in high places. The Great Ziggurat of Ur is perhaps the most famous example. Built with 2 or 3 terraces, faced with kiln-baked bricks, their colossal facades paneled and recessed, these huge structures dominated the Mesopotamian scene. Ur itself and the great cities of Eridu, Kish, Uruk, Nippur, and later, during the Kassite period, all had ziggurats, the ruins of some of them standing to this day. Why build upwards? It's possible that the ziggurat was intended as a stairway to heaven, and that the worshippers believed the gods descended from heaven to this halfway house meeting place. According to Herodotus, at the top of each ziggurat was a shrine, although none of these shrines have survived. One practical function of the ziggurats was a high place on which the priests could escape rising water that annually inundated lowlands and occasionally flooded for hundreds of kilometers. Another practical function of the ziggurat was for security. Since the shrine was accessible only by way of the 3 staircases, a small number of guards could prevent non-priests from spying on the secret rituals at the shrine on top of the ziggurat, such as initiation rituals, particularly the agrarian ritual known as the Eleusinian Mysteries. Since the mysteries involved visions and conjuring of an afterlife, some scholars believe that the power of longevity of the Eleusinian Mysteries, a consistent set of rites, ceremonies, and experiences that span 2 millennia, came from psychoactive plants. Each ziggurat was part of a temple complex that included a courtyard, storage rooms, bathrooms, and living quarters, around which a city was built. Figuratively speaking, the ziggurat was engineered as the heart of the city and primarily used as the mystery school for the grand architects who dwelled in them. Everything we see the ancient Sumerians engineer there are always intentions of honoring the gods and goddesses. This is perhaps most apparent in the high-tech engineering of Mesopotamian cylinder seals.
Before we do any analysis on the ancient cylinder seals, the most precious, sophisticated objects to come out of the ancient Sumeria lands, let's take a look for a moment at a computer animation of an individual seal in 3D, how it functions, and how it looks under magnification. Now that we've seen how the ancient cylinder seal looks, effectively functions as a printing press, let's take a moment to hear on an expert's opinion of the rarest and most beautiful seals ever discovered.
If you look carefully, the cylinder of stone is engraved with a dense series of hieroglyphics and pictures. Because 3,500 years ago, you wouldn't be expected to read it off the stone. What you would have handy would be a tablet of moist clay. And you'd apply the cylinder to the moist clay like this. Now we have something that you can physically read. And there's an engraving of a character that is a god with 1 or 2 locusts above him. He's seated on a stool and is holding a trident. Who is this god? Well, a bit more research might reveal that. What the experts can decipher is that it is a seal from the period of the king Kuringalzu, approximately 3,500 years ago. And what it does is to give the mark of authority to the person who is bearing this seal for whatever orders the king has issued.
Mesopotamian cylinder seals are another accessory worn by wealthy individuals, invented around 3500 BC, the so-called dawn of civilization. Made from every type of stone imaginable, these cylinders were drilled lengthwise like cylindrical beads and carved with imagery and/or a signature unique to their owner. Cylinder seals were worn on a string or pin, perhaps as a status symbol like a pendant. They had functionality too. Rolled across wet clay as a signature, the clay could be baked and utilized as a form of receipt. The owner or ruler could literally give his seal of approval. Some of the best art we have of Mesopotamia is encoded on these cylinder seals. The surface of the cylinder was carved into the stone with a design, so that when rolled onto clay, the cylinder would leave a continuous impression of the design, reversed and in relief. Cylinder seals were invented around 3500 BC in southern Mesopotamia, now Iraq, or southwestern Iran, and were used as an administrative tool, as jewelry, and as magical amulets until as late as 300 BC. Cylinder seals were linked to the invention of cuneiform writing on clay, and when this spread to other areas of the Near East, the use of cylinder seals spread too. The shape and size of cylinder seals, the type of gemstone material used, and the designs carved into the surface varied according to period and region. Many ancient clay seal impressions have survived on tablets, envelopes, and ceilings. Small pieces of clay applied to doors and containers, including jars, baskets, sacks, leather bags, and wooden boxes. However, these are often incomplete. The designs on the many thousands of surviving cylinder seals are best studied from modern impressions of rollings of the seals on clay or some other soft material. Why are cylinder seals so high-tech? The intricate carving on these ancient cylinder seals is so difficult to see with the naked eye. Often you cannot see the imagery until it's pressed into clay. Added to this, the imagery that is carved into the objects is a negative, so that when it's rolled into clay it becomes positive. Not high-tech enough yet? The imagery starts on the cylinder, is carved around the cylinder, and finishes exactly where it started. The carver cannot see the imagery as he's halfway around to the other side during the process. In addition, the detail of the imagery is done to a depth of millimeters in those minute impressions. The artist can bring out detail that's so artistically advanced, like the calf muscles in a leg as it's in motion, feathers, wings, costumes, etc. Yet the most high-tech achievement of all is that they carve these cylinder seals out of insanely hard, difficult materials. Chalcedony, rock crystal, diorites, extremely hard on the MOHS scale. If you carve these seals on soft materials, it would still be difficult. Just like Judea of Lagash had a mandate of what material to use for his statue, there was a mandate of what material to use for each specific individual. Pink chalcedony, shown here, was known as the goddess stone. Lapis was a favorite for its blue, red carnelian, rainbow chalcedony, white chalcedony, amethyst, just about every color you can imagine. It was like they didn't care how hard the material was or how difficult it was to carve. It was all done in honor of the gods. Art historians are particularly interested in cylinder seals for at least two reasons. First, it's believed that the images carved on seals accurately reflect the pervading artistic styles of the day and the region of their use. In other words, each seal is a small time capsule of what sorts of motifs and styles were popular during the lifetime of the owner. These seals, which survive in substantial numbers, offer valuable information to understand the developing artistic styles of the ancient Near East. The second reason why art historians are interested in cylinder seals is because of the iconography, the study of the content of a work of art. Each character, gesture, and decorative element can be read and reflected on the owner of the seal, revealing his or her social rank and even sometimes the name of the owner. Although the same iconography found on seals can be found on carved stelae, terracotta plaques, wall reliefs, and paintings, its most complete compendium exists on the thousands of seals which have survived from antiquity. They are the true engineering treasures of Mesopotamia, and one of the biggest mysteries how they achieved such detail in the hardest known materials.
In this documentary series, Kingdoms of Sumeria, we have endeavored to bring you the most interesting, mysterious, and out-of-this-world artifacts. This week's episode is packed with ancient rock crystal carvings, lost technology, ancient chemistry, and we're still in pursuit of the legacy of the Sumerians, focusing primarily this episode on the science and technology that they left us.
The civilizations of ancient Mesopotamia brought many important advances in the areas of science and technology, both through invention and inherited knowledge. It would be almost impossible to get through a complete list, so we can only tackle the most significant, the most mysterious, and the most ingenious developments. Perhaps the most important obvious advance made by the Mesopotamians was the invention of writing by the Sumerians. With the invention of writing came the first recorded laws, called Hammurabi's Code, as well as the first major piece of literature called the Epic Tale of Gilgamesh, which we addressed in our episode, The God Kings of Mesopotamia. It might seem obvious to state, but there would be no scientific endeavors without a way to write down the complexity of data. One huge body of data that features heavily in Sumeria is mathematics. The Mesopotamians used a number system with the base 60, just like we use base 10. They divided time up by 60s, including a 60-second minute and a 60-minute hour, which we still use today. They also divided up the circle into 360 degrees. They had a wide knowledge of mathematics, including addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, quadratic and cubic equations. Incredibly, also ratio as fractions, trigonometry, and calculus. This was not just keeping track of records. This was to advance large building projects. The Mesopotamians had formulas for figuring out the circumference and area for different geometric shapes like rectangles, circles, and triangles. Some evidence suggests that they even knew the Pythagorean theorem long before Pythagoras wrote it down. They may have even discovered the number for pi in figuring the circumference of a circle.
One of the most mysterious and enigmatic Sumerian clay tablets, nicknamed Plimpton 322, is finally giving up its secrets. The analysis of this palm-sized tablet by genius mathematician Daniel Mansfield of the University of New South Wales shows not just more advancement, but that it was also much more simpler too.
If you open any history book on mathematics, it will tell you that the ancient Greeks discovered trigonometry. Our research into this Babylonian tablet is going to change all of that. Plimpton 322 is a 3,700-year-old fragment of clay from the Old Babylonian period, and it's a scientific marvel of the ancient world. We've known for decades that its unusual sequence of numbers proves that the Babylonians knew the Pythagorean theorem 1,000 years before Pythagoras was born. But while there is agreement on what the tablet contains, there's been no agreement on what it was used for. Our research shows that it's a trigonometric table, so unfamiliar and advanced that in some respects it's superior even to modern trigonometry. We've discovered that these lines represent the ratios for a series of right-angled triangles, ranging from almost a square to almost a flat line. Babylonians' unique approach to arithmetic and geometry means that this is not only the world's oldest trigonometric table, it is also the only completely accurate trigonometric table on record.
The point is, their legacy of Sumerian science could not exist without using their advanced math. The Mesopotamian astronomers were able to follow the movements of the stars, planets, and the moon. One major achievement was the ability to predict the movements of several planets. This took logic, mathematics, and an advanced scientific process. By studying the phases of the moon, the Mesopotamians created the first calendar. It had 12 lunar months and was the predecessor for both the Jewish and Greek calendars. The Babylonians made several advances in medicine. They used logic and recorded medical history to be able to diagnose and treat illnesses with various creams, ointments, and pills. The caduceus symbol, known around the world today as a medical symbol, is a remnant of this era of Sumerian medicine, as the Sumerians seen medicine as a way of prolonging life. The quest for immortality is embedded in Sumerian mythology. Medicine was seen as a practical step toward it. The libation vase of Gudea, with the dragon of Mushusu, dedicated to Ningishzida, 21st century BC short chronology. The caduceus is interpreted as depicting the god himself. In Sumerian mythology, he appears in Adappa's myth as one of the two guardians of Anu's celestial palace, alongside Dumuzi. He was sometimes depicted as a serpent with a human head. This amazing iconic symbol of the caduceus is the traditional symbol of Hermes and features two snakes winding around an often winged staff. It's often used as a symbol of medicine instead of the rod of Asclepius, especially in the United States. The two-snake caduceus design has ancient and consistent associations with trade, eloquence, negotiation, alchemy, and wisdom. Gudea of Lagash had a temple dedicated to Ningishzida, and Gudea, princely ruler of Lagash in the 21st century BC, short chronology, was one of his devotees. In the Louvre, there's a famous green steatite vase carved for King Gudea of Lagash, dedicated by its inscription. To the god Ningishzida, his god Gudea, ruler of Lagash, for the prolongation of his life, has dedicated this. The Mesopotamians made many technological advances. They were the first to use the potter's wheel to make better pottery. They used irrigation to get water to their crops. They used bronze metal, and later iron metal, to make strong tools and weapons, and used looms to weave cloth from wool. They utilized their science efficiently, essentially creating a technological industry for enhanced living. The walls of Babylon were once considered one of the 7 ancient wonders of the world. There were 2 massive walls that surrounded the entire city. Archaeologists estimate that the walls were over 50 miles long, with each wall being around 23 feet wide and 35 feet tall. There were also massive towers at intervals along the wall that may have been hundreds of feet tall. The Mesopotamians may have invented the simple machine called the Archimedes screw. This would have helped to raise water to the heights needed for the plants in the famous Hanging Gardens of Babylon. After the Assyrians conquered Babylon, they developed glasswork as well as glazes for pottery and art to help it last longer. We see the Assyrians immortalize the legacy of Sumerian science, that was handed down through the Babylonian Empire. "18 different canals have been found that brought water to the Assyrian Empire capital of Nineveh. Whilst the kingdoms may have changed in Sumeria, Sumerian to Akkadian, then to Babylonian, followed by Assyrian, then finally by the Persians, bloodlines, kings, and dynasties may have been in turmoil, but the technology, science, and engineering always grew, morphed, or became preserved in one form or another. Which brings us to an insanely interesting artifact found in the Assyrian Empire capital of Nineveh.
Now, before we discuss the Nimrud lens, one of the most bizarre high-tech artifacts to come out of the ancient world, let's just take a moment to reflect on where it came from. As due to recent events, the place does not exist anymore. The destruction of the city of Nimrud was in the following news clip, which may be distressing for some viewers, so please be advised.
This was once one of the most magnificent archaeological sites in the world. It was here that an Assyrian king 3,000 years ago built his palace, and many of the statues and the frescoes from that time were preserved of the highest quality. But all of it destroyed in an act of wanton barbarity, the likes of which has rarely been seen in our time, or in any other time for that matter. Destruction of idolatrous images, filming themselves smashing some of the finest artwork left to us from antiquity.
Everywhere here, wreckage of prized artifacts of the ancient capital of the Assyrian Empire, a place mentioned in the Bible.
The Nimrud lens, Nineveh lens, or layered lens, whatever its origin, as ornament, as magnifying lens, or part of a telescope, the Nimrud lens is the oldest lens in the world. Looking at it evokes mystery and wonder. It can be seen in room 55 of the British Museum, in case 9 of the lower Mesopotamian gallery. One possibility is that it could have been an heirloom, hence the elusive context of this mysterious artifact. The layered Nineveh lens is said to be from the period 721 to 705 BC. However, this date is based on where it was found. The Nineveh lens is a 3,000-year-old piece of rock crystal unearthed in 1853 from the throne room of King Sargon II's Assyrian palace in Nimrud, in Nineveh, Iraq. Layard discovered the lens, which is considered the first used or found plano-convex lens. There is huge debate whether the lens is ground or polished. Rock crystal is the last substance you would want to shape into a lens due to its hardness on the Mohs scale. For this reason, academics state that this lens could have been only an ornamental. It is long argued it was part of a telescope or magnifying device because of the Babylonian legacy of astronomy, the most reasonable suggestion by far. Academics refute this as they say there's no context. It might seem bizarre that academia ignores artifacts that exist, that they can touch, examine, and test because they don't like that there's nothing to go with it. That is unfortunately how it works sometimes. Is it a Babylonian heirloom? Is it a legacy of Babylonian astronomy? The extensive line of astronomical records on clay tablets stored in the British Museum, dating back to 747 BC, indicate they observed some of the moons of Jupiter and Saturn. Quoting the English Assyriologist George Rawlinson, there's said to be distinctive evidence that they observed the 4 satellites of Jupiter and strong reason to believe that they were acquainted likewise with the 7 satellites of Saturn. A Camden professor of ancient history, he maintains, it has generally been assumed that they were wholly ignorant of the telescope. But if the satellites of Saturn are really mentioned, as it is thought that they are, upon some of the tablets, it will follow, strange as it may seem to us, that the Babylonians probably possessed optical instruments of the nature of telescopes, since it's impossible, even in the clear, vaporless sky of ancient Babylonia, to discern the faint moons of that distant planet without lenses. Simply speaking, there's huge context for this artifact, and it's largely ignored. As you'll see in the next episode, working rock crystal to intricate designs, primarily in cylinder seals, was born out of an ancient, high-tech school of engineering. It's not a question of whether this artifact exists, it's not even a question of what it was used for. It is, in fact, a lens. It's a question of context. Do we give the ancients in 700 BC the use of a lens as a telescope? That's essentially the bottom line which academia struggles with. Another perfect example of this is the 2,000-year-old Parthian battery, most likely an heirloom from a previous culture. Again, huge controversy and debate surrounds this artifact. The constant enigma is brought into play in the same style, whilst ignoring the fact that a 2,000-year-old sophisticated chemistry kit exists. The Parthians largely adopted the art, architecture, religious beliefs of previous cultures, just like the Assyrians. The Parthian rulers were titled the King of Kings, as acclaimed to be the heirs of the Persian Achaemenid Empire. Indeed, they accepted many local kings as vassals, where Achaemenids would have had centrally appointed. The Parthian battery was discovered in 1936. While excavating ruins of a 2,000-year-old village near Baghdad, workers discovered a mysterious small vase. A 6-inch high pot of bright yellow clay dating back 2 millennia contained a cylinder of sheet copper 5 inches by 1.5 inches. The edge of the copper cylinder was soldered with a 60-40 lead tin alloy comparable to today's solder. The bottom of the cylinder was capped with a crimped-in copper disc and sealed with bitumen or asphalt. Another insulating layer of asphalt sealed the top and held in place an iron rod suspended into the center of the copper cylinder. The rod showed evidence of having been corroded with an acidic agent. These battery came to wider attention in 1938 when Wilhelm Koenig, the German director of the National Museum of Iraq, found the object in the museum's collections. In 1940, Koenig published a paper speculating that they may have been galvanic cells, perhaps used for electroplating gold onto silver objects, a reasonable assumption. The battery, whatever its use, shows sophisticated chemistry, and its construction shows advanced use of materials, metals, and compounds in applied science. Until now, the majority have concentrated on either dispelling it or attributing what the battery powered, The most common example is the Dendera lamps theory. Few, if any, have concentrated on what it all means. It implies knowledge of chemistry, metallurgy, applied science, and a technological industry, however fundamental at the very least. The ancient battery in the Baghdad Museum, as well as those others which were unearthed in Iraq, are all dated from the Parthian occupation between 248 BCE and 226 CE. However, Dr. Koenig also found copper vases plated with silver in the Baghdad Museum, excavated from Sumerian sites in southern Iraq, dating back to at least 2500 BCE. When the vases were lightly tapped, a blue patina or film separated from the surface, which is characteristic of silver electroplated on a copper base. It would appear then that the Parthians inherited their batteries from one of the earliest known civilizations. In 1940, Willard F.M. Gray, an engineer at the General Electric High Voltage Laboratory in Pittsfield, Massachusetts, read of Koenig's theory. Using drawings and details supplied by German rocket scientist Willy Ley, Gray made a replica of the battery. Using copper sulfate solution, it generated about half a volt of electricity. In the 1970s, German Egyptologist Arne Eggebrecht built a replica of the Baghdad battery and filled it with freshly pressed grape juice, as he speculated the ancients might have done. This generated 0.87 volts. He used current from the battery to electroplate a silver statuette with gold. This experiment proved that electric batteries were used some 1800 years before their modern invention by Alessandro Volta in 1799. And even more astounding is the fact that they may have been utilized in electroplating. It also seems that the use of similar batteries can be safely placed into ancient Egypt, where several objects with traces of electroplated precious metals have been discovered at various locations. Electroplated objects were found in Egypt by the famous 19th century French archaeologist Auguste Mariette. Excavating at the Sphinx of Giza, Mariette came upon several artifacts at a depth of 60 feet. In the Great Universal Dictionary of the 19th century, he describes the artifacts as pieces of gold jewelry whose thinness and lightness make one believe they had been produced by electroplating, an industrial technique that we've been using for only 2 or 3 years. There are several anomalous finds in other regions, which suggest use of chemical batteries on a grander scale. Electroplating seems the most probable use, as there are tangible artifacts exhibiting this technology, and both are chemical processes. In fact, the reverse chemical process of each other, showing detailed knowledge of the anode and cathode concept. So far, academia, in a perplexing move, has settled on the ancient batteries being used in magical rituals. When we come to look at Mesopotamia metallurgy, it doesn't stand out on its own. We know from objects found like the Parthian batteries, their ornaments and artistic jewelry, they had a deep attraction to mined metals, with various applications, both artistic and technological, sometimes amalgamating the two in electroplating artifacts. The art of metallurgy soon encompassed the ability to alloy copper with other metals, resulting in a cast, hard but malleable metal we call bronze. The Bronze Age, our first metallurgical age, was also a Mesopotamian contribution to modern civilization. Much of ancient commerce was devoted to the metals trade. It also formed the basis for the development in Mesopotamia of banking and the first money, the silver shekel, weighed ingot. The many varieties of metals for which Sumerian and Akkadian names have been found and the extensive technological terminology attest to the prominent level of metallurgy in ancient Mesopotamia. For a while, this puzzled scholars because Sumer, as known, was devoid of metal ores, yet metallurgy most definitely began there. In fact, the Indus Valley civilization may have been a Sumerian outpost for mining and trading metal ores. There are so many similarities between these cultures: brick building, irrigation, civil town planning. Known in lore as Land of Meluha, to the Sumerians the land of copper. Excavations uncovered the remains of highly urbanized and modern towns at Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro, integrated as Indus Valley Civilization, 2800 to 2600 BC. This era is generally praised for its seals, jewelry, and town planning. Also shows great progress in metallurgical techniques of bronze, lead, arsenic bronze, and copper. Although main emphasis was on trade, but the artisans adopted several exquisite techniques to manipulate different alloys for usage in sculptures, ornaments, tools, and creative motifs, which are still being used in customized versions in various South Asian regions. The extent of the Indus Valley trade is seen in the highly controversial Haifa, Israel tin ingots, likely a Phoenician importation of an Indus Valley ingot, clearly labeled in Indus Valley script. Why did metallurgy originate in Sumeria if they didn't have ore there? The answer is energy. Smelting, refining, and alloying, as well as casting, could not be done without ample supplies of fuels to fire the kilns, crucibles, and furnaces. Mesopotamia may have lacked ores, but it had the best fuels in abundance. So the ores were brought to the fuels, which explains many early inscriptions describing the bringing of metal ores from afar. The fuels that made Sumer technologically supreme were bitumen and asphalts, petroleum products that naturally seeped up to the surface in many places. It's been shown that the surface deposits of Mesopotamia were the ancient world's prime source of fuels from the earliest times to the Roman era. There is convincing evidence to show that the use of knowledge of the fuels and their properties were greater in Sumerian times than in later civilizations. The names of bituminous and petroleum materials in other languages, Akkadian, Hebrew, Egyptian, Coptic, Greek, Latin, and Sanskrit, can clearly be traced to the Sumerian origins. For example, the most common word for petroleum, naphtha, derives from napitu, stones that flare up. The lineage of Sumerian metallurgy may have ancestry in the prehistoric citadel of Metsamor. The ancient megalithic site and metal foundry is in the country of Armenia. Metsamor is a working excavation and museum on the site of an ancient city complex with a large metallurgical and astronomical center, occupied circa 7000 BC to 17th century AD. The site occupies a volcanic hill and surrounding area. The citadel on top of the volcanic hill is about 10.5 hectares in size, but the entire city is believed to have covered 200 hectares at its greatest extent, housing up to 50,000 people. Excavations have shown strata of occupancy going back to the Neolithic period, 7000 to 5000 BC. But the most outstanding features of the site were constructed during the early, middle, and late Bronze Ages, 5000 to 2000 BC. Inscriptions found within the excavation go as far back as the Neolithic period, and a sophisticated pictograph form of writing was developed as early as 2000 to 1800 BC. The Metsamor inscriptions have a likeness to later scripts. The origins of the Eden story may very well originate in Eden. It's often called the land of Noah, and it is home to the ancient Urartu civilization, who were closely associated with the kingdoms of Sumeria. The famous Sumerian rivers, the Tigris and Euphrates, originate in the Armenian highlands. Excavations began at Metsamor in 1965 and are still in progress, led by Professor Emma Kanzadian. The most recent excavation work occurred in the summer of 1996 along the inner cycloptic wall. Excavations have shown strata of occupancy going back to the Neolithic period, 7000 to 5000 BC. But the most outstanding features of the site were constructed during the early, middle, and late Bronze Ages, 5000 to 2000 BC. Inscriptions found within the excavation go as far back as the Neolithic period, and a sophisticated pictograph form of writing was developed as early as 2000 to 1800 BC. Metallurgy. The excavation has uncovered a large metal industry, including a foundry with two kinds of blast furnaces, brick and in-ground. Metal processing at Metsamor was among the most sophisticated of its kind at that time. The foundry extracted and processed high-grade gold, copper, several types of bronze, manganese, zinc, strychnine, mercury, and iron. Metzamore's processed metal was coveted by all nearby cultures and found its way to Egypt, Central Asia, and China. The iron smelting process was not advanced in Metzamore, probably due to the vast quantities of pure bronze alloys at hand, and Metzamore primarily mined and sold iron ore to neighboring cultures, which took better advantage of its properties. The foundry. The foundry dates from the early Bronze Age, circa 4000 BC, though recent digs in the area uncovered signs of metal processing as early as 5000 BC. The complex of smelting furnaces and molds date from the mid-Bronze to early Iron Age, 3000 to 2000 BC. The complex becomes more astounding the more you walk through it. Several huge underground caves were uncovered that are thought to have been storehouses for base metal, as well as granaries for winter months. Stretching just below and around the upper citadel, the foundries processed copper, bronze, iron, mercury, manganese, strychnine, zinc, and gold. The first iron in the ancient world was probably forged here, though it was not considered as important as bronze, giving the jump on development to the Babylonians. The discovery of thousands of people buried in simple graves and large burial mounds revealed a history of Metzamore's burial rituals and a concern for hiding wealthy tombs. Like the pharaohs buried in the Valley of the Kings, Metzamore's rulers tried to thwart grave robbers by hiding the locations of royal tombs. Fortunately, the grave robbers at Metzamore were not as lucky as those in Egypt, and the mausoleums revealed intact and richly adorned burial vaults, giving us an excellent glimpse into the traditions for preparing the body for the afterlife. Among the artifacts uncovered in the royal tombs were evidences of great wealth. Gold, silver, and bronze jewelry and adornments were found over and next to the body, which was placed in a sitting fetal position in a large stone sarcophagus, early Metzamore, or lying in a casket, late Metzamore. The bodies were laid out with their feet oriented toward the east so they could greet the sun and follow it to the afterlife in the west. Other funeral objects discovered were rare amethyst bowls, ornamented wooden caskets with inlaid covers, glazed ceramic perfume bottles, and ornaments of gold, silver, and semi-precious stones, and paste decorated with traditional mythological scenes typical of local art traditions. Egyptian, Central Asian, and Babylonian objects were also found at the site, indicating that from earliest of times, Metzamore was on the crossroads of travel routes spanning the Ararat Plain and linking Asia Minor with the North Caucasus and Central Asia. By the early Iron Age, Metzamore was one of the royal towns, an administrative, political, and cultural center in the Ararat Valley. The Cyclopean Walls. The walls date from the 2nd millennium BC, when the site was fortified during the Urartian era. The stone blocks average 20 tons in weight and are more than 3 meters thick in places. During the Middle Bronze period, late 3rd to mid-2nd millennium BC, there was a surge of urban growth and development of complex architectural forms which extended the boundaries of the settlement to the area below the hill. Basically, that area within the inner Cyclopean walls are the older city, and that beyond represents newer areas. By the 11th century BC, the central city occupied the lowlands stretching from Lake Acna and covered 100 hectares or 247 acres. The history of astronomy and astrology at Metzamore. The astronomical observatory predates all other known observatories in the ancient world. That is, observatories that geometrically divided the heavens into constellations and assigned them fixed positions and symbolic design. Until the discovery of Metzamore, it had been widely accepted that the Babylonians were the first astronomers. The observatory at Metzamor predates the Babylonian kingdom by 2,000 years and contains the first recorded example of dividing the year into 12 sections. Using an early form of geometry, the inhabitants of Metzamor were able to create both a calendar and envision the curve of the earth. It should be no surprise to anyone who knows something of Armenia's history that astronomy is such an important part of the national character. Sun symbols, signs of the zodiac, and ancient calendars predominated the region, while the rest of the world was just coming alive, culturally speaking. Egypt and China were still untamed wilderness areas when the first cosmic symbols began appearing on the side of the Gagama mountain range around 7000 BC. At Metzamor, circa 5000 BC, one of the oldest observatories in the world can be found. It sits on the southern edge of the excavated city, a promontory of red volcanic rocks that juts out like the mast of a great ship into the heavens. Between 2800 and 2500 BCE, at least 3 observatory platforms were carved from the rocks. The Metzamor Observatory is an open book of ancient astronomy and sacred geometry. For the average visitor, the carvings are indecipherable messages. The discovery of the astronomical observatory at Metzamor and the presence of engravings which have been speculatively called zodiac creatures has given credence to the assertion that the ancient figures of the constellations were probably created by ancient peoples living in the Euphrates Valley and near Mount Ararat in eastern Anatolia and Armenia. The Metzamorians were a trade culture. For trade, you must have astronomy to know how to navigate. The numerous inscriptions found at Metzamor puzzled excavators, as indecipherable as they were elaborate. Hundreds of small circular bowls were carved on the rock surfaces, connected by thin troughs and indented lines. But one stood out. It's an odd-shaped design that was a mystery to the excavators of the site, until Professor Parsmanian discovered it was a key component to the large observatory complex. By taking a modern compass and placing it on the carving, Parsmanian found that it pointed due north, south, and east. It was one of the first compasses used in ancient times. Another carving on the platform shows 4 stars inside a trapezium. The imaginary end of a line dissecting the trapezium matches the location of star, which gave rise to Egyptian, Babylonian, and ancient Armenian religious worship. The observatory rivals the discoveries at the Citadel for importance, substantiating theories on the birthplace of the zodiac and origins of astronomy in the ancient world. Dated circa 2800 to 2500 BC, when a zodiac is figured to have been concluded, the observatory was also the primary religious site and navigation center for the Metzamorian culture. The Metzamorian worship of Sirius. Sirius is most probably the star worshipped by the ancient inhabitants of Metzamor between 2800 and 2600 BCE. Sirius could have been observed from Metzamor in the rising rays of the sun. It's possible that, like the ancient Egyptians, the inhabitants of Metzamor related the first appearance of Sirius with the opening of the year. Those wanting to plot the same event from Metzamor will have to wait a while. Sirius now appears in the winter sky, while the inhabitants of Metzamor observed it in the summer. Because of the Earth's rotation within the rotation of the Milky Way galaxy, stars change their positions over time. In another 4,000 years or so, Sirius will again appear as it is plotted on the Metzamor stellar map. The Metzamorians also left behind a calendar divided into 12 months and made allowances for the leap year. Like the Egyptian calendar, which had 365 days, every 4 years the Metzamorians had to shift Sirius rising from one day of the month to the next. With respect to Metzamor, whether it was the original homeland of the Sumerians or not, Metzamor had all the elements that the Sumerians had: metallurgy, astronomy, astrology, and script writing. You could put the origins of Eden there, of which there is tantamount circumstantial evidence, and it fits very well. At one point, Armenia, original homeland or not, became a Sumerian outpost in the Urartu culture, just like the Indus Valley and just like Egypt. Mesopotamia was situated in the center of all three, absorbing minerals and trade to feed its flourishing civilizations. The kingdoms of Sumeria chose Mesopotamia as its epicenter. Just like the lapis lazuli they imported from vast distances, metal ores were no different. The kingdoms of Sumeria truly traded on an epic scale.
Kingdoms of Sumeria gets heated this week as we get into the astronomy, the royal science of Mesopotamia. We will touch on the research into Planet X, ancient star charts, sophisticated star catalogs, and the origins of astrology. Don't forget you can watch all the episodes here in the dedicated playlist. If you haven't come across the Babylonian star chart before, you're in for a surprise.
Before we discuss anything regarding astronomy or astrology, we must understand that in the ancient world there was no distinction between these two subjects. They were one and the same. In civilization today, we seem to be heavily focused on astronomy and have little regard for astrology. Our view of astrology, however, is distorted to the one of the past, with the addition of variant forms of astrology: Chinese, Vedic, and Western. The astrology of the past was known as the royal science. It was the rulers, pharaohs, and god-kings of the ancient world who possessed the power of these subjects, an elite sect of astronomer priests who were under the command of the royal emperors. It was an innocent science and practice developed by the Sumerians that became abused by later successors. By the time of Neo-Babylonia, the astrology was a dominant aspect, primarily for divination and control of the populace, utilizing the framework of astronomical study. Like all information that's passed between cultures, there's an advancement, metamorphism, either through manipulation or evolution in concept or both. In kingdoms of Sumeria, particularly the god-kings of Mesopotamia, you've seen the names of gods and their attributes are interwoven with astronomical detail, as detailed in the King's List. In our episode, The Legacy of Sumerian Science, you'll have seen the academic procedures of the clever Sumerians with incredible advancements we still struggle to comprehend. In Origins of the Sumerian Savants, we see advanced calculus being used to calculate positions of planets. Now we're going to get into the body of astronomical knowledge they had. The hardcore framework of what they knew about the stars, planets, motions of the heavens, precession, comets, and cycles is earth-shattering. We will address the Nibiru Enigma briefly, reserving full analysis for a special episode, as it's such a huge, controversial subject masked in layers of mystery.
Mullepin Star, catalog of ancient Sumeria, will form the backbone on this episode. A researcher's dream loaded with clue after clue in the mysterious origins of astronomy.
It's a little-known fact, but the Babylonians had a comprehensive star catalog for academic study, something we do today in the modern world of astrophysics. The 18th century Messier catalog was the first compiled by Charles Messier and lists 100 objects. Nowadays, we have much bigger ones, the NGC catalog of 7,000 objects and the monstrous IC Index catalog. The Babylonian version we call the Mullah-Pin Star Catalog. The conventional title from cuneiform texts is conceptually a masterpiece of what we call modern thinking. It wasn't rivaled until Messier's catalog in 1771. The Mullah-Pin was likely compiled around 1000 BC. The text lists the names of 66 stars, some versions 71, and constellations, and further gives several indications, such as rising, setting, and culmination dates, that help to map out the basic structure of the sophisticated Babylonian star map. Again, the Babylonians inherited this legacy from the Sumerians as a hand-me-down. Both cultures are both often referred to as star mappers of the ancient world. The Babylonian star map and the Mullah-Pin catalog are testament to this. The Mullah-Pin text is preserved in a 7th century BC copy on a pair of tablets, named for their incipit corresponding to the first constellation of the year, Mullah-Pin, also known as the Plough, identified with Triangulum plus Gamma Andromeda constellation. The earliest copy of the text so far discovered was made in 686 BC. However, most scholars now believe that the text was originally compiled around 1000 BC, with the latest copies of Mullah-Pin are currently dated to around 300 BC. Astrophysicist Bradley Schaefer claims that the observations reported in these tablets were made in the region of Assur at around the year 1370 BC. The Mullah-Pin by this standard was an ancient library document record. Tablet 1 of the Mullah-Pin has been instrumental for reconstructing the Babylonian star chart.
This peculiar artifact tells us so many things about the ancient astronomers who gazed upon the Mesopotamia skies. There are many interpretations of the disk. The most mind-blowing is the observation of an asteroid in ancient skies.
Another genius concept to aid in mapping the stars. Its various sections locate the constellations in relation to each other and to the calendar. All the major stars and constellations are listed and organized into 3 broad divisions according to celestial latitude, allocating each star to 3 paths, utilizing the names of deities and gods. The northern path of Enlil containing 33 stars or constellations. The presumably equatorial path of Anu containing 23 stars or constellations, and the southern path of Ea containing 15 stars or constellations. Most of these stars and constellations are further attributed to a variety of Near Eastern deities. The heliacal rising dates of 34 stars and constellations are given according to the 360-day ideal calendar year. The heliacal rising is what gives us Swiss watch precision of dating, as the heliacal rising occurs only once every 25,920 years, accounting for precision. The obsession with measuring the heliacal rising is yet another commonality with Egypt and other cultures. The details on the Mullah-Pin text is unprecedented. The list of stars and constellations that rise and set at the same time. The number of days between the risings of various stars and constellations. These stars and constellations that rise and culminate at the same time. These stars on the path of the moon being the major constellations close to the ecliptic, which includes all the Babylonian forerunners to the zodiac constellations. The Dendera zodiac in Egypt and its mysterious origins is already there in textual form on cuneiform in Sumeria. The intricate links between these two sister cultures are abundant. Even though the Babylonians used a luni-solar calendar, which added an occasional 13th month to the calendar, Mullah-Pin, like most texts of Babylonian astrology, uses an ideal year composed of 12 ideal months, each of which was composed of an ideal 30 days. In this scheme, the equinoxes were set on the 15th day of the 1st and 7th month, and the solstices on the 15th day of the 4th and 10th month. The second tablet of Mullah-Pin is of greater interest to historians of science, as it delivers many of the methods and procedures used by Babylonian astrologers to predict the movements of the sun, moon, and planets, as well as the various methods used to regulate the calendar. Details of the names of the sun, the planets, and the assertion that they all travel the same path as the moon, which stars are rising, and which contain the full moon on the solstices and equinoxes to judge the disparity of the lunar and solar cycles. Recommendations for observing the appearance of certain stars and the direction of the wind at the time of their first appearance. Very approximate values for the number of days that each planet is visible and invisible during its observational cycle. The 4 stars associated with the 4 directional winds. The dates when the sun is present in each of the 3 stellar paths. 2 types of intercalation scheme. One uses the rising dates of certain stars, while the other uses position of the moon in relation to the stars and constellations. The relative duration of day and night at the solstices and equinoxes, and the lengths of shadow cast by a gnomon at various times of the day at the solstices and equinoxes. A basic mathematical scheme giving the rising and setting times of the moon in each month. A selection of astrological omens. There's some evidence that a third and so far unrecovered tablet was sometimes appended to the series. It started with a section of scholarly explanations of celestial omens, which brings us to the ultimate doomsday omens of the heavens, the observations of comets.
Halley's Comet was a favorite amongst Babylonian scholars. The wonderful aspect of this ancient astronomical observation is the cross-verification of the dating. We never cease to be amazed at the ancient Sumerian tablets and their contents.
Evidence on a Babylonian cuneiform tablet recorded Halley's Comet in 164 BC came to light in recent years. Written by a Babylonian scribe about a rare phenomenon familiar to use as Halley's Comet, the only short period comet visible to the naked eye. The comet, which previously had been in the east, reported the ancient scribe in 164 BC, became visible and passed along the path of Ea in the west. His words chronicled the appearance of Halley's Comet. The tablet recorded the 164 BC passage of Halley's Comet is displayed alongside another describing the comet's return in 87 BC. While the British Museum has had these Babylonian tablets for over a century, their references to the comet were only recognized in modern times. The 76-year comet was also monitored by the Chinese for 2,150 years, from 240 BC onwards. The significance of both these cultures is the precise dating and verification of the astronomical detail in chronologies. The other significance is that comets have always been perceived as harbingers of doom for very good reason. Deeply embedded in the psyche of all ancient cultures and mythology, we see astrology move away from behaviorism of people born at certain months, people born under constellations, and into divination of the Neo-Babylonian period, as there was a systematic demand for omens, good or bad, from the kingdom's rulers. The origins of Western astronomy can be found in Mesopotamia, and all Western efforts in the exact sciences are descendants in direct line from the work of the late Babylonian astronomers.
Astronomy and astrology were fused together in ancient times. The Dendera zodiac is now in a Paris museum and shows the advanced mindset of ancient astronomy and how it was likely born out of Mesopotamia science.
Modern knowledge of Sumerian astronomy is indirect via the earliest Babylonian star catalogs dating from about 1200 BC. The fact that many star names appear in Sumerian suggests a continuity reaching into the early Bronze Age. We have a date for the Babylonian star map, putting it mysteriously in the 3rd millennium BC. Technically, it should be called the Sumerian star map for its era, yet it was found in the library of Ashurbanipal in Assyria in the 7th century BC. What we can tell with this Babylonian star map is that in the 3rd millennium BC there was a sophisticated astronomy. Somehow astronomy went underground, only to blossom again in the Babylonian era 1800 BC onwards. Babylonian astronomy was like a Renaissance period, which finally became embroiled in divination astrology in the Neo-Assyrian and Neo-Babylonian empires. Amazingly, upon examination of the Babylonian star map clay tablets, it reveals a mysterious object in the skies. It displays astronomical work as it has drawings of constellations on it, and the text is known constellation names. It has attracted a lot of attention, but in over 100 years, yet nobody has come up with a convincing explanation as to what it is. With modern computer programs that can simulate trajectories and reconstruct the night sky thousands of years ago, the researchers have established what the planisphere tablet refers to. It's a copy of the night notebook of an unknown Sumerian astronomer as he records the events in the sky before dawn in June 3123 BC, Julian calendar. Half the tablet records planet positions and cloud cover, the same as any other night, but the other half of the tablet records an object large enough for its shape to be noted even though it's still in space, presumably an asteroid. During the 8th and 7th centuries BC, Babylonian astronomers developed a new empirical approach to astronomy. They began studying philosophy dealing with the ideal nature of the universe and began employing an internal logic within their predictive planetary systems. This was an important contribution to astronomy and the philosophy of science, and some scholars have thus referred to this new approach as the first scientific revolution. This new approach to astronomy was adopted and further developed in Greek and Hellenistic astronomy. Classical Greek and Latin sources frequently use the term Chaldeans for the astronomers of Mesopotamia, who were priest scribes specializing in astrology and other forms of divination. The significant point of all this is that mere fragments of Babylonian astronomy have survived, consisting largely of contemporary clay tablets containing astronomical diaries, ephemerides, and procedural texts. Hence, current knowledge of Babylonian astronomy is in a fragmentary state. The surviving fragments show that Babylonian astronomy was the first successful attempt at giving a refined mathematical description of astronomical phenomena, and that all subsequent varieties of scientific astronomy in the Hellenistic world, in India, in Islam, and in the West depend upon Babylonian astronomy in decisive and fundamental ways. Just how old is Babylonian astronomy then? Old Babylonian astronomy was practiced during and after the First Babylonian dynasty, circa 1830 BC, and before the Neo-Babylonian Empire, circa 626 BC. From the Sumerian names and the Babylonian star chart showing Sumerian night skies in 3123 BC, from Ashurbanipal's library of 700 BC area, it's obvious that Sumerians passed knowledge to Babylonians, which by the time of 700 BC was descending into the Dark Ages. It's best to think what we can learn from the fragments left behind instead of attributing who invented what and when. Clearly, on multiple levels, we see time and again the Babylonians as inheritors of knowledge of the Sumerians. The Babylonians were the first to recognize that astronomical phenomena are periodic and apply mathematics to their predictions. Tablets dating back to the Old Babylonian period document the application of mathematics to the variation in the length of daylight over a solar year. Centuries of Babylonian observations in celestial phenomena were recorded in the series of cuneiform tablets known as Enuma, Anu, Enlil. The oldest significant astronomical text that we possess is Tablet 63 of the Enuma, Anu, Enlil, the Venus tablet of Amisaduqa, which lists the first and last visible risings of Venus over a period of about 21 years. This is the earliest evidence that planetary phenomena were recognized as periodic. The Mula Pin contains catalogs of stars and constellations, as well as schemes for predicting heliacal risings and settings of the planets, and lengths of daylight as measured by a water clock, gnomon, shadows, and inner calculations. The Babylonian text arranges stars in strings that lie along declination circles and thus measure right ascensions or time intervals. Also employs the stars of the zenith, which are also separated by given right ascension differences. There are dozens of cuneiform Mesopotamian texts with real observation of eclipses, mainly from Babylonia. The Babylonians were the first civilization known to possess a functional theory of the planets. The oldest surviving planetary astronomical text is the Babylonian Venus tablet of Ammi-Suduka, a 7th century BC copy of a list of observations of the motions of the planet Venus that probably dates as early as the 2nd millennium BC. Time and again we see 7th century BC copies survive of 2nd millennia BC data. The Babylonian astrologers also laid the foundations of what would eventually become Western astrology. The Enuma, Anu, and Lil, written during the Neo-Assyrian period in the 7th century BC, it comprises a list of omens and their relationships with various celestial phenomena, including the motions of the planets. In contrast to the worldview presented in Mesopotamia and Assyria-Babylonian literature, particularly in Mesopotamian and Babylonian mythology, very little is known about the cosmology and worldview of the ancient Babylonian astrologers and astronomers. This is largely due to the current fragmentary state of Babylonian planetary theory, also due to Babylonian astronomy being independent from cosmology at the time. Nevertheless, traces of cosmology can be found in Babylonian literature and mythology. In Babylonian cosmology, the earth and the heavens were depicted as a spatial whole, even one of round shape, with references to the circumference of heaven and earth, and the totality of heaven and earth. Their worldview was not exactly geocentric either. The idea of geocentrism, where the center of the earth is the exact center of the universe, did not yet exist in Babylonian cosmology, but was established later by the Greek philosopher Aristotle's On the Heavens. In contrast, Babylonian cosmology suggested that the cosmos revolved around circularly, with the heavens and the earth being equal and joined. The Babylonians and their predecessors, the Sumerians, also believed in plurality of heavens and earths. This idea dates to Sumerian incantations in the 2nd millennium BC, which refers to there being 7 heavens and 7 earths, linked possibly chronologically to the creation by the 7 generations of gods. Neo-Babylonian astronomy refers to the astronomy developed by Chaldean astronomers during the Neo-Babylonian, Achaemenid, Seleucid, and Parthian periods of Mesopotamian history. A significant increase in the quality and frequency of Babylonian observations appeared during the reign of Nabonassar, 747 to 734 BC. The systematic records of ominous phenomena in Babylonian astronomical diaries that began at this time allowed for the discovery of a repeating 18-year sorrow cycle of lunar eclipses, for example. The Greco-Egyptian astronomer Ptolemy later used Nabonassar's reign to fix the beginning of an era, since he felt that the earliest usable observations began at this time. Babylonian astrology, as well as an Assyrian, was a direct offshoot of Babylonian culture. Astrology takes its place as one of the 2 chief means at the disposal of the priests, also known as the inspectors, for ascertaining the will and intention of the gods, using solar and lunar eclipse, precise position of planets. Babylonian astrology was the first organized system of astrology, arising in the 2nd millennium BC. There's speculation that astrology of some form appeared in the Sumerian period in the 3rd millennium BC, but the isolated references to ancient celestial omens dated to this period are not considered sufficient evidence to demonstrate an integrated theory of astrology. This is largely a misunderstanding, as Ancient astrology, the behavioral sun sign astrology, from Sumerian and Old Babylonian standards, was completely different to Neo-Babylonian divination astrology. The history of scholarly celestial divination is therefore generally reported to begin with late Old Babylonian texts, circa 1800 BC, continuing through the Middle Babylonian and Middle Assyrian periods, circa 1200 BC. By the 6th century BC, the extensive employment of omen-based astrology can be evidenced in the compilation of a comprehensive reference work known as Enuma, Anu, and Lil. Its contents consisted of 70 cuneiform tablets comprising 7,000 celestial omens. Texts from this time also refer to an oral tradition, the origin and content of which can only be speculated upon. At that time, Babylonian astrology was solely mundane, and prior to the 7th century BC, the practitioner's understanding of astronomy was rudimentary. There was clearly a descent in the astronomy and an ascent in the omen astrology, giving rise to two different fields. Because of their inability to accurately predict future celestial phenomena and planetary movement very far in advance, interpretations were done as the phenomena occurred or slightly before. By the 4th century, however, their mathematical methods had progressed enough to calculate future planetary positions with reasonable accuracy, at which point extensive ephemerids began to appear. The gods were also believed to present themselves in the celestial images of the planets or stars with whom they were associated. Evil celestial omens attached to any specific planet were therefore seen as indications of dissatisfaction or disturbance of the god that planet represented. Such indications were met with attempts to appease the god and find manageable ways by which the god's expression could be realized without significant harm to the king and his nation. An astronomical report to the king Esarhaddon concerned a lunar eclipse of January 673 BC shows how the ritualistic use of substitute kings or substitute events combined an unquestioning belief in magic and omens with a purely mechanical view that the astrological event must have some correlation with the natural world. As follows: in the kingdom of the year, a flood will come and break the dikes. When the moon has made the eclipse, the king, my lord, should write to me. As a substitute for the king, I will cut through a dike here in Babylonia in the middle of the night. No one will know about it. Ulla Koch-Westenholz, in her 1995 book Mesopotamian Astrology, argues that this ambivalence between a theistic and a mechanic worldview defines the Babylonian concept of celestial divination as one which, despite its heavy reliance on magic, remains free of implications of targeted punishment with the purpose of revenge, and so shares some of the defining traits of modern science. It's objective and value-free. It operates according to the known rules, and its data are considered universally valid and can be looked up in written tabulations. Koch-Westenholz also establishes the most important distinction between ancient Babylonian astrology and other divination disciplines as being that the former was originally exclusively mundane, being geographically oriented and specifically applied to countries, cities, and nations, and almost wholly concerned with the welfare of the state and the king as the governing head of the nation. Planets and gods. Of the planets, 5 were recognized: Jupiter, Venus, Saturn, Mercury, and Mars, to name them in order in which they appear in the older cuneiform literature. In later texts, Mercury and Saturn change places. These 5 planets were identified with the gods of the Babylonian pantheon as follows: Jupiter with Marduk, Venus with the goddess Ishtar, Saturn with Ninurta, Mercury with Nabu, and Mars with Nergal. The movements of the Sun, Moon, and 5 planets were regarded as representing the activity of the 5 gods in question, together with the moon god Sin and the sun god Shamash, in preparing the occurrences on Earth. If therefore one could correctly read and interpret the activity of these powers, one knew what the gods were aiming to bring about. The Babylonian priests accordingly applied themselves to the tasks of perfecting a system of interpretation of the phenomena to be observed in the heavens, and it was natural that the system was extended from the moon, sun, and 5 planets to the more prominent and recognizable fixed stars. Association of ideas, involving sometimes merely a play upon words, in connection with the phenomenon or phenomena observed. Thus, if on a certain occasion the rise of the new moon in a cloudy sky was followed by victory over an enemy or by abundant rain, the sign in question was thus proved to be a favorable one, and its reoccurrence would thenceforth be regarded as a good omen, though the prognostication would not necessarily be limited to the one or the other of these occurrences, but might be extended to apply to other circumstances. On the other hand, the appearance of the new moon earlier than was expected was regarded as unfavorable, prognosticating in one case defeat, in another death among cattle, in a third bad crops. None of this necessarily because the events took place after such a phenomenon, but by an application of the general principle resting upon association of ideas, whereby anything premature would suggest an unfavorable occurrence. In this way, a mass of traditional interpretation of all kinds of observed phenomena was gathered, and once gathered became a guide to the priests for all times. However, not all these ideas are still used in astrology as it is usually practiced today. A lot of astronomy tablets survive because of Ashurbanipal's cuneiform library. Ashurbanipal was a king of Assyria who ruled in the 7th century BC from 668 to 625. He was famous for assembling a great library of cuneiform tablets in Nineveh about astrology, history, mythology, and science. Some of Ashurbanipal's astrologers, such as Ramanu Sumasar and Nabu Musisi, became so adept at deducing omens from daily movements of the planets that a system of making periodical reports to the king came into being. Thus, Ashurbanipal received swift messengers detailing all occurrences in heaven and earth throughout his kingdom and the results of his astrologers' examinations of them. He then used this information as a political weapon and for the practical day-to-day running of his kingdom. After his death, Nineveh fell to the Medes and the Chaldean Babylonians, and Ashurbanipal's library was destroyed or dispersed. How astronomical information was handled and manipulated is something you must deeply consider when we discuss our final topic of the notorious Nibiru. From various Babylonian star catalogs, the Mullah-Pin, and others, we have numerous resources that mention Nibiru. What exactly Nibiru is open to heated debate. Babylonian astronomy collated earlier observations and divinations into sets of Babylonian star catalogs during and after the Kassite rule over Babylonia. These star catalogs, written in cuneiform script, contained lists of constellations, individual stars, and planets. The constellations were probably collected from various other sources. The earliest catalog, 3 stars each, mentioned stars of Akkad and Amuru, or Elam, and others. It must be noted that the several times Nibiru is mentioned from all sources like the Mulapin and Astrolabe B star catalogs, the Enuma Elish, and others, we are likely dealing with different authors and completely different intentions, honorable or otherwise, for writing the references of Nibiru. We know these catalogs are referring to real astronomical phenomena such as constellations and planets. Various sources have theorized a Sumerian origin for these Babylonian constellations, but an Elamite origin has also been proposed. A connection to the star symbology of Kassite Kuduru border stones has also been claimed, but whether such Kudurus really represented constellations and astronomical information, aside from the use of these symbols, remains unclear. The Babylonian star catalogs entered Greek astronomy in the 4th century BC via Eudoxus of Cnidus and others. A few of the constellation names in use in modern astronomy can be traced to Babylonian sources via Greek astronomy. Among the most ancient constellations are those that marked the 4 cardinal points of the year in the Middle Bronze Age. In other words, Taurus, the bull, from Mulgu Anna, the steer of heaven, marking vernal equinox. Leo, the lion, from Molur Gula, the lion, marking summer solstice. Scorpius, the scorpion, from Mulgir Tab, the scorpion, marking autumn equinox. Capricornus, horned goat, from Musulhur Mas, the goat fish, marking winter solstice. It's a mythological hybrid depicted on boundary stones from before 2000 BC as a symbol of Ea. There are other constellation names which can be traced to Bronze Age origins, including Gemini, the twins, from Mulmus Tab Ba Galgal, the great twins, Cancer, the crab, from Mulal Lul, the crayfish, among others. To pinpoint Nibiru like constellations is nearly impossible. The Mesopotamian sources clearly and repeatedly referred to something called Nibiru. The mention of Nibiru several times as an observed astronomical object is fact. It's both referred to as a star and as a planet at various times. Outside astronomical text, Nibiru can mean several things. Place of crossing. In the Gilgamesh epic, we read the line, "Straight is the crossing point, Nibiru a gateway, and narrow is the way that leads to it." Nibiru is referring to an astronomical body that can be complicated. The following chart represents a complete listing of the word Nibiru in astronomical texts and/or astronomical contexts. Superscripted D, the cuneiform sign for God, Dingir, and so Nibiru may refer to a god. Recall that Sumerians and Mesopotamians associated heavenly bodies with deities. Superscripted Mul, the cuneiform sign for star, and so Nibiru is a star. Nibiru is preceded by both D and Mul, and so is referred to as a deity and a star. In the texts that follow, Nibiru was regarded as a planet, specifically Jupiter, but once as Mercury, a god, specifically Marduk, and a star distinguished from Jupiter. Scholars of cuneiform astronomy have not been able to determine with certainty what exactly Nibiru is. There are critics, skeptics, and believers of the Planet X or Planet of the Crossing theory. This Planet of the Crossing is a fair interpretation of the Mesopotamian data, as muddled and confusing as it is. It's not proof, nor is it disproved, that the critics based on Sumerian texts. To ignore there are several authors of Nibiru observations and ignore the descent into astrology is misleading. In the research for kingdoms of Sumeria, we've seen multiple times Mesopotamia data become diluted, corrupted, manipulated, and devolve as the Babylonian and Assyrian cultures died out. The earliest sources of Nibiru are likely the correct ones, and like the astrology business for the rulers and later descending cultures, there was less focus on astronomical fact and more on omens. References to Nibiru as Jupiter are likely deceptive even in ancient times. Jupiter with advanced calculus in the Old Babylonian period. They knew exactly what it was. The only thing critics have done is proven that Nibiru is a planet of the crossing is a viable theory. There's also the slight problem of the iris data, the discovery of an infrared object, possibly a brown dwarf in our nearby solar system, now swept under the rug. In addition, the fact that they've discovered Planet X in 2016, but calling it Planet 9 as a deliberate misleading trick. The royal science of astronomy was high and became convoluted with a focus on astrology. Originally, the fixing of the zodiac constellations on the equator with the Taurus-Scorpio axis never deviating over eons was revolutionary. The Sumerians, Akkadians, and Babylonians were star mappers of the ancient world. They observed everything in the heavens, asteroids, comets, and rogue planets, amongst the rest of the day-to-day astronomy. Our world would have never advanced without them.
This week, the spiritual beliefs of the ancient Sumerians are under a microscope. Kingdoms of Sumeria is lifting the veil of a mysterious group known globally as the Shining Ones, also known as Anunnaki in Mesopotamia. These gods and their descendants who civilized mankind left a planetary footprint.
What or who are the Shining Ones? It's possibly the biggest question to come out of Mesopotamia. It's such a unique, specific terminology to describe a group of beings, entities, or deities. However, the Shining Ones, as they're referred to in so many ancient cultures and texts, all supposedly independent from each other. They're often given specific names in those cultures, yet their nickname, the Shining Ones, whatever the attribution of shining means, is a nickname that stuck across vast distances and epochs. In Mesopotamia, they were referred to as the Apkallu, the Anunnaki, or Urshu. Generally, they're described as serpent beings, seven sages, fish beings, feathered serpents, angels, watchers, or elders. In ancient Egypt, they went by the name of Neteru or Shemsu Hor. The Dogon culture spin-off from Egypt, they were called the Nomos. In India, they bore names like Devas or Nagas. Biblical accounts give them or their descendant names like Elohim, Nephilim, Gibborim, Seraphim, or Rephaim. Whether world mythologies, religious, or ancient historical texts, there is repetitive, specific references to a group of divinity known as the Shining Ones. They're often presented as gifted individuals, preservers of ancient knowledge. They're often described as amazing deities who created mankind and walked among humans as beings of flesh and blood. At the same time, they are also described as serpent, fish-like, angels, or birdmen.
The Mesopotamian term, Apkallu, is used to represent a winged deity, protector spirit, sometimes human or eagle-headed. New cutting-edge technology allows us to bring the original color of these wall reliefs back to life without harming them.
It really does center on how we can begin to look at the art in our collection in different ways, reconstruct a little bit of what the ancient viewer may have been able to see in the 9th century BCE, and do it in a way that doesn't harm the work of art, allows us a certain kind of flexibility in terms of what we can show, and in terms of how knowledge is evolving, and to also allow us a kind of an opportunity to imagine how we could take a project similar to this and move it not just to another Assyrian relief, but into other works of art, and think about the applications and the ways that we can work with it.
In our episode, The God Kings of Mesopotamia, we touched upon the Apkallu. However, the Apkallu, certainly in later Babylonian times, may have simply been some priesthood reenacting rituals associated with the original Shining Ones. Mythology, oral history, and symbolism may well be the only method of knowledge keeping that lasts the ravages of time. Texts degrade. Maybe they last millennia, but eventually all disintegrate. Mythology and symbolism is not a perfect record-keeping mechanism. It morphs over long epochs, yet it does also preserve a core remnant of the original thought process. Clearly this works, or we wouldn't see serpent mythology on a global scale, or knowledge of a mysterious group known in antiquity as the Shining Ones touch every corner of the planet. Eventually, patriarchy took control of the planet literally, most certainly from the time of the Romans onwards. Knowledge of the Shining Ones and their wisdom was effectively ethnically cleansed. The church tried to erase everything they could from history, at least from public view. The Book of Enoch contains valuable information on the Shining Ones, the major reason why it was excluded from the Bible. It's a fact that the church denied the world any knowledge of the work's true content for over 1,000 years. As we've already seen, the majority of biblical source material comes from Mesopotamia, the Gilgamesh flood epic, Abraham's ziggurat of Ur, Armenia, the land of Noah, the Garden of Eden, serpents, forbidden knowledge, to name a popular few. When the last great Mesopotamia culture died out with Alexander the Great conquering Persia, so did a lineage of knowledge. Enter the Greco-Roman period civilization, and that's when the ethnic cleansing of the Shining Ones begins.
Almost impossible to state the origins of the Shining Ones. However, one distinguished author has given us tremendous insight. The mysterious origins of Göbekli Tepe may have been an outpost where the Shining Ones practiced their rituals, only 15 miles from Iraq, birthplace of agriculture, religion, and astronomy.
The Shining Ones' Mesopotamian regional name was Anuna. Today they are more popularly known as the Anunnaki, although there are many other variations. This group of deities appears in the mythological traditions of the ancient Sumerians, Akkadians, Assyrians, and Babylonians. Descriptions of how many Anunnaki there were and what role they fulfilled are inconsistent and often contradictory. In the earliest Sumerian writings discussing the Anuna comes from the post-Akkadian period. The Anuna are the most powerful deities in the pantheon, descendants of Anu, the god of the heavens, and their primary function is popularly accepted as decreeing the fates of humanity.
The Nimrod sculptures at the British Museum are not merely artistic. In the following clip, we will see the dragon bell being slayed by Marduk. Art and imagery straight out of the Epic of Gilgamesh itself, a major source of material on Anunnaki Shining Ones.
Anu in Akkadian, or An in Sumerian, literally mean sky, heaven. It's the divine personification of the sky, supreme God, an ancestor of all the deities in ancient Mesopotamian religion. Anu was believed to be the supreme source of all authority for the other gods and for all mortal rulers, and he's described in one text as the one who contains the entire universe. He is identified with the North Ecliptic Pole centered in Draco, and along with his sons Enlil and Enki, constitutes the highest divine triad, personifying the three bands of constellations of the vault of the sky. By the time of the earliest written records, Anu was rarely worshipped, and the veneration was instead devoted to his son Enlil. But throughout Mesopotamian history, the highest deity in the pantheon was always said to possess the Anutu, meaning Anu power. Anu's primary role in myths is as the ancestor of the Anunnaki, the major deities of Sumerian religion. His primary cult center was the Eanna Temple in the city of Uruk, but by the Akkadian period, his authority in Uruk had largely been ceded to the goddess Inanna, the Queen of Heaven. Anu's consort in the earliest Sumerian texts is the goddess Uris, but she's later the goddess Ki, and in Akkadian texts, the goddess Antu, whose name is the feminine form of Anu. Anu briefly appears in the Akkadian Epic of Gilgamesh, in which his daughter Ishtar, the East Semitic equivalent to Inanna, persuades him to give her the Bull of Heaven so that she may send it to attack Gilgamesh. The incident results in the death of Enkidu, who becomes the driving force for the remaining portion of the epic. In another legend, Anu summons the mortal hero Adapa before him for breaking the wing of the south wind. Anu orders Adapa to be given the food of water and immortality, which Adapa refuses, having been warned beforehand by Enki that Anu would offer him the food and water of death.
The Ep, Kalu, and Oanese sages are prominent in the Mesopotamian cultures. So much so, the fish god is encoded on this enormous ritual basalt basin.
In ancient Hittite religion, Anu is a former ruler of the gods, who was overthrown by his son Kumarbi, who bit off his father's genitals and gave birth to the storm god Teshub. Teshub overthrew Kumarbi, avenged Anu's mutilation, and became the new king of the gods. This story was the later basis for the castration of Uranus in Hesiod's Theogony.
Inanna was the Anunnaki Sumerian goddess of love, fertility, war, justice, and power. She was even called the Queen of Heaven and was worshipped in the Inanni Temple of Uruk, a cult center for the Shining Ones.
In the Sumerian epic Inanna's Descent into the Netherworld, the Anunnaki Shining Ones are portrayed as 7 judges who sit before the throne of Ereshkigal in the underworld. Later Akkadian texts, such as the Epic of Gilgamesh, follow this portrayal. During the Old Babylonian period, the Anunnaki were believed to be the chthonic deities of the underworld, while the gods of the heavens were known as the Igigi. The ancient Hittites identified the Anunnaki as the oldest generation of gods who had been overthrown and banished to the underworld by the younger gods.
Inanna was the Anunnaki Sumerian goddess of love, fertility, war, justice, and power. She was even called the Queen of Heaven and was worshipped in the Inanni Temple of Uruk, a cult center for the Shining Ones.
The name Anunnaki is derived from An, the Sumerian god of the sky. The name is variously written Danuna, Danuna Kene, Danun Na, meaning princely offspring or offspring of Anu. The Anunnaki were believed to be the offspring of An and his consort, the earth goddess Ki. Assyriologist Samuel Noah Kramer identifies Ki with the Sumerian mother goddess Ninhursag, stating that they were originally the same figure. The oldest of the Anunnaki was Enlil, the god of air and chief god of the Sumerian pantheon. The Sumerians believed that until Enlil was born, heaven and earth were inseparable. Then Enlil cleaved heaven and earth in two and carried away the earth, while his father Anu carried away the sky. The Anunnaki are chiefly mentioned in literary texts, and very little evidence to support the existence of any cult of them has yet been unearthed. This is likely because each member of the Anunnaki had his or her individual cult separate from the others. Similarly, no representations of the Anunnaki as a group have yet been discovered, although a few depictions of its individual members have been identified. Deities in Mesopotamia were almost exclusively anthropomorphic. They were thought to possess extraordinary powers and were often envisioned as being of tremendous physical size. The deities typically wore melum, an ambiguous substance which covered them in terrifying splendor. Melum could also be worn by heroes, kings, giants, and even demons. The effect that seeing a deity's melum has on a human is described as ni, a word for the physical tingling of the flesh. Deities were almost always depicted wearing horned caps consisting of up to 7 superimposed pairs of ox horns. They were also sometimes depicted wearing clothes with elaborate decorative gold and silver ornaments sewn into them. The ancient Mesopotamians believed that their deities lived in heaven, but that a god's statue was a physical embodiment of the god himself. As such, cult statues were given constant care and attention, and a set of priests were assigned to tend to them. These priests would clothe the statues and place feasts before them so they could eat. A deity's temple was believed to be that deity's literal place of residence. The gods had boats, full-size barges, which were normally stored inside their temple and were used to transport their cult statues along waterways during various religious festivals. The gods also had chariots, which were used for transporting their cult statues by land. Sometimes a deity's statue would be transported to the location of a battle so that the deity could watch the battle unfold. The major deities of Mesopotamian pantheon, which include the Anunnaki, were believed to participate in the assembly of the gods, through which gods made all their decisions. This assembly was a divine counterpart to the semi-democratic legislative system that existed during the Third Dynasty of Ur, circa 2112 BC to 2004 BC. The earliest known usages of the term Anunnaki come from the inscriptions written during the reign of Gudea, 2144 to 2124 BC, and the Third Dynasty of Ur. In the earliest texts, the term is applied to the most powerful and important deities in the Sumerian pantheon, the descendants of the sky god An. This group of deities probably includes the 7 gods who decree: An, Enlil, Enki, Ninhursag, Nana, Utu, and Inanna. Although certain deities are described as members of the Anunnaki, no complete list of the names of all the Anunnaki has survived, and they're usually only referred to as a cohesive group in literary text. Furthermore, Sumerian texts describe the Anunnaki inconsistently and do not agree on how many Anunnaki there were or what their divine function was. Originally, the Anunnaki appear to have been heavenly deities with immense powers. In the poem Enki in the World Order, the Anunnaki do homage to Enki, sing hymns of praise in his honor, and take up their dwellings among the people of Sumer. The same composition repeatedly states that the Anunnaki decree the fates of mankind. Time and fate deities are personifications of time, often in the sense of human lifetime and human fate in polytheistic religions. In monotheism, time can be personified as in Father Time in European folklore or in Persian Zoroastrian tradition. Virtually every major deity in the Sumerian pantheon was regarded as the patron of a specific city and was expected to protect that city's interest. The deity was believed to permanently reside within the city's temple. One text mentions as many as 50 Anunnaki associated with the city of Eridu.
Sumerian poetry is loaded with references to the Anunnaki Shining Ones. One such poem, called Inanni's Descent to the Underworld, is essentially reading to understand why the Anunnaki Shining Ones closely resemble the Watchers, or Fallen Ones.
In Inanna's descent into the netherworld, there are only 7 Anunnaki who reside within the underworld and serve as judges. Inanna stands trial before them for her attempt to take over the underworld. They deem her guilty of hubris and condemn her to death. Major deities in Sumerian mythology were associated with specific celestial bodies. Inanna was believed to be the planet Venus. Uchu was believed to be the sun. Nana was the moon. An was identified with all the stars in the equatorial sky, Enlil with those of the northern sky, and Enki with those in the southern sky. The path of Enlil's celestial orbit was a continuous, symmetrical circle around the north celestial pole, but those of An and Enki were believed to intersect at various points. Akkadian texts of the 2nd millennium BC follows similar portrayals of the Anunnaki from Inanna's descent into the netherworld, depicting them as chthonic underworld deities. In an abbreviated Akkadian version of Inanna's descent, written in the early 2nd millennium, Ereshkigal, the queen of the underworld, comments that she drinks water with the Anunnaki. Later in the same poem, Ereshkigal offers her servant Namtar to fetch the Anunnaki from Algalgina, to decorate the threshold steps with coral, and to seat them on golden thrones. In Mesopotamian mythology, Ereshkigal literally means Queen of the Great Earth, was the goddess of Kur, the land of the dead or underworld in Sumerian mythology. In later East Semitic myths, she was said to rule Irkalla alongside her husband Nergal. Sometimes her name is given as Irkalla, like the way the name Hades was given in Greek mythology for both the underworld and sometimes it's given as Ninkigal, literally Great Lady of the Earth or Lady of the Great Earth. In Sumerian texts, Ereshkigal was the only one who could pass judgment and give laws in her kingdom. The main temple dedicated to her was in Kutha. In the ancient Sumerian poem Inanna's Descent to the Underworld, Ereshkigal is described as Inanna's older sister. The two main myths involving Ereshkigal are the story of Inanna's descent into the underworld and the story of Ereshkigal's marriage to the god Nergal.
Another amazing work of poetry regarding the Shining Ones is concerning Nergal. Nergal accompanies the king into a battle, delivering death to the enemy. Death, brought on by Nergal, also had a supernatural dimension, disease, often being attributed to demonic activity in Mesopotamia.
In ancient Sumerian mythology, Ereshkigal is the queen of the underworld. She's the older sister of the goddess Inanna. Inanna and Ereshkigal represent polar opposites. Inanna is the queen of heaven, but Ereshkigal is the queen of Irkalla. Ereshkigal plays a very prominent and significant role in two myths, most notably Inanna's descent into the underworld. In the poem, the goddess Inanna descends into the underworld, apparently seeking to extend her powers there. Ereshkigal is Inanna's older sister. When Neti, the gatekeeper of the underworld, informs Ereshkigal that Inanna is at the gates of the underworld, demanding to be let in, Ereshkigal responds by ordering Neti to bolt the 7 gates of the underworld and to open each gate separately, but only after Inanna has removed one article of clothing. Inanna proceeds through each gate, removing one article of clothing at each gate. Finally, once she's gone through all 7 gates, she finds herself naked and powerless, standing before the throne of Ereshkigal. These 7 judges of the underworld judge Inanna and declare her to be guilty. Inanna is struck dead, and her dead corpse is hung on a hook in the underworld for everyone to see. Inanna's minister, Ninshubur, however, pleads with Enki, and Enki agrees to rescue Inanna from the underworld. Enki sends 2 sexless beings down to the underworld to revive Inanna with the blood and water of life. These sexless beings escort Inanna up from the underworld, but a horde of angry demons follow Inanna back up from the underworld, demanding to take someone else down to the underworld as Inanna's replacement. When Inanna discovers that her husband, Dumuzid, has not mourned her death, she becomes ireful towards him and orders the demons to take Dumuzid as her replacement. The other myth is the story of Nergal, the plague god. Once the gods held a banquet that Ereshkigal, as queen of the underworld, could not come up to attend. They invited her to send a messenger, and she sent her vizier, Namtar, in her place. He was treated well by all, but for the exception of being disrespected by Nergal. Because of this, Nergal was banished to the kingdom controlled by the goddess. Versions vary at this point, but all of them result in him becoming her husband. In later tradition, Nergal is said to have been the victor, taking her as wife and ruling the land himself. It's theorized that the story of Inanna's descent is told to illustrate the possibility of an escape from the underworld, where the Nergal myth is intended to reconcile the existence of 2 rulers of the underworld, a goddess and a god. The addition of Nergal represents the harmonizing tendency to unite Ereshkigal as the queen of the underworld with the god who, as god of war and pestilence, brings death to the living, and thus becomes the one who presides over the dead. In some versions of the myths, Ereshkigal rules the underworld by herself, but in other versions of the myth, Ereshkigal rules alongside a husband subordinate to her named Gugalana.
Let's take a look right now and reflect upon the work of Samuel Noah Kramer, a Sumerian academic whose work on the Anunnaki research is astounding. His own self-proclaimed obsession was fueled by the intrigue into the Shiny Ones, who they were, and a journey down the rabbit hole of truth.
In his book, Sumerian Mythology, a study of spiritual and literacy achievement in the 3rd millennium BC, the renowned scholar of ancient Sumer, Samuel Noah Kramer, writes that according to the introductory passage of the ancient Sumerian epic poem, Gilgamesh and Enkidu and the Underworld, Ereshkigal was forcibly abducted, taken down to the underworld by Kur, and was forced to become queen of the underworld against her will. To avenge the abduction of Ereshkigal, Enki, the god of water, set out in a boat to slay the Kur. The Kur defends itself by pelting Enki with rocks of many sizes, and by sending the waves beneath Enki's boat to attack Enki. The poem never actually explains who the ultimate victor of the battle is, but it's implied that Enki wins. Samuel Noah Kramer relates this myth to the ancient Greek myth of the rape of Persephone, asserting that the Greek story is probably derived from the ancient Sumerian story. In Hittite mythology, the sun goddess of the earth rules as an underworld deity. Though the deity is of likely Proto-Indo-European origin, this is an aspect thought to have been influenced by Ereshkigal. Here you can see depicted an early 19th century drawing of the statuette of Hecate, with whom Ereshkigal was syncretized. In later times, the Greeks and Romans appear to have syncretized Ereshkigal with their own goddess Hecate. In the heading of a spell in the Michigan Magical Papyrus, which has been dated to the late 3rd or early 4th century AD, Hecate is referred to as Hecate Ereshkigal and is invoked using magical words and gestures to alleviate the caster's fear of punishment in the afterlife. During the Old Babylonian period, circa 1830 BC to 1531 BC, a new set of deities known as the Igigi are introduced. The relationship between Anunnaki and the Igigi is unclear. On some occasions, the categories appear to be used synonymously, but in other writings, such as the Poem of Era, there's a clear distinction between the two. In the late Akkadian Atrahasis epic, the Igigi are the 6th generation of the gods who are forced to perform labor for the Anunnaki. After 40 days, the Igigi rebel, and the god Enki, one of the Anunnaki, creates humans to replace them.
The poem of Era and Isham, a Babylonian poet's view of war, is perhaps the most important, or more important, than the Epic of Gilgamesh. So popular, in fact, that more copies of this ancient poetry have been found than Gilgamesh.
Era, sometimes called Era, is an Akkadian plague god known for an epos of 8th century BCE. Era is the god of mayhem and pestilence who's responsible for periods of political confusion. In that epic that's given the modern title Era, the writer Kabti Ilani Marduk, a descendant, he says of Dabibi, presents himself in a colophon, following the text as simply the transcriber of a visionary dream in which Era himself revealed the text. The poem opens with an invocation. The god Era is sleeping fitfully with his consort, identified with Mamidum and not with the other goddess, Mami, but is roused by his advisor Isum and the 7 Sibiti or Sibeti, who are sons of heaven and earth. Champions without peer is the repeated formula, and each are assigned a destructive destiny by Anu. The Sibiti call on Era to lead the destruction of mankind. Isum tries to mollify Era's weakened violence to no avail. Foreign people invade Babylonia but are struck down by plague. Even Marduk, the patron of Babylon, relinquishes his throne to Era for a time. Tablets 2 and 3 are occupied with a debate between Era and Isum. Era goes to battle in Babylon, Sippar, Uruk, Dur-Kurigalzu, and Der. The world is turned upside down. Righteous and unrighteous are killed alike. Era orders Isum to complete the work by defeating Babylon's enemies. Then the god withdraws to his own seat in Emislam with the terrifying 7, and mankind is saved. A proprietary prayer ends the work. The poem must have been central to Babylonian culture. At least 36 copies have been recovered from 5 first millennium sites: Assur, Babylon, Nineveh, Sultan Tepe, and Ur. More even than have been recovered of the Epic of Gilgamesh. The text appears to some readers to be a mythologization of historic turmoil in Mesopotamia, though scholars disagree as to the historic events that inspired the poem. The poet explains, Tablet 4:3, "You changed out your divinity and made yourself like a man." The Era text soon assumes magical functions. Parts of the text were inscribed on amulets employed for exorcism and as prophylactic against the plague. The 7 are known from a range of Akkadian incantation texts. Their demonic names vary, but their number 7 is invariable. The 5 tablets containing the Era epos were first published in 1956 with an improved text based on additional finds appearing in 1969. Perhaps 70% of the poem has been recovered. The consonance of the purely mythic 7 led by Era echoes with the Egyptian 7 against Thebes, widely assumed by Hellenists to have had a historical basis. From the Middle Babylonian period, circa 1592 to 1155 BC, onward, the name Anunnaki was applied generally to the deities of the underworld, whereas the name Igigi was applied to the heavenly deities. During this period, the underworld deities, Damkina, Nergal, and Madanu, are listed as the most powerful among the Anunnaki, alongside Marduk, the national god of ancient Babylon. In the standard Akkadian Epic of Gilgamesh, circa 1200 BC, Utnapishtim, the immortal survivor of the Great Flood, describes the Anunnaki as 7 judges of the underworld, who set the land aflame as the storm approaches. Later, when the flood comes, Ishtar, the East Semitic equivalent to Inanna, and the Anunnaki mourn over the destruction of humanity.
The Enuma Elish, or a 1,000-line poem, gives an idea as to the numbers of Anaki. As we have the numbers, we understand they're going into war, battling for power, yet at the same time coming from the underworld. Uncomfortably, it is recognized as being related to the Hebrew Genesis creation narrative. In the same way, Persia adopted Sumerian writing, winged bulls, and spiritual beliefs of the Sumerians. The Hittites in Turkey did the same. They have an almost identical map of the Anunnaki underworld cosmology.
In the Babylonian Enuma Elish, Marduk assigns the Anunnaki their positions. A late Babylonian version of the epic mentions 600 Anunnaki of the underworld, but only 300 Anunnaki of heaven, indicating the existence of a complex underworld cosmology. In gratitude, the Anunnaki, the great gods, built Asagila, a splendid temple dedicated to Marduk, Ea, and Enlil. In the 8th century BC poem of Era, the Anunnaki are described as the brothers of the god Nergal and are depicted as antagonistic towards humanity. A badly damaged text from the Neo-Assyrian period, 911 to 612 BC, describes Marduk leading his army of Anunnaki in the sacred city of Nippur and causing a disturbance. The disturbance causes a flood, which forces the resident gods of Nippur to take shelter in the Eshu-Mesha temple in Ninurta. Enlil is enraged at Marduk's transgression and orders the gods of Eshu-Mesha to take Marduk and the other Anunnaki as prisoners. The Anunnaki are captured, but Marduk appoints his frontrunner, Mushtesh-Ir-Hablim, to lead a revolt against the gods of Eshu-Mesha and send his messenger, Neratagmil, to alert Nabu, the god of literacy. When the Eshu-Mesha gods hear Nabu speak, they come out of their temple to search for him. Marduk defeats the Eshu-Mesha gods and takes 360 of them as prisoners of war, including Enlil himself. Enlil protests that the Eshu-Mesha gods are innocent, so Marduk puts them on trial before the Anunnaki. The text ends with a warning from Damkiana, another name for Ninursag, to the gods and to humanity, pleading them not to repeat the war between the Anunnaki and the gods of Eshu-Mesha. When we look at the ancient Hittite examples, shown here in a relief carving from Yazilikaya, a sanctuary in Hattusa, they depicted 12 gods of the underworld, whom the Hittites identified as the Mesopotamian Anunnaki. In the mythologies of the Hurrians and the Hittites, which flourished in the mid to late 2nd millennium BC, the oldest generation of gods was believed to have been banished by the younger gods to the underworld, where they were ruled by the goddess Lelwani. Hittite scribes identified these deities with the Anunnaki. In ancient Hurrian, the Anunnaki are referred to as Karyuls Sayuns, which means former ancient gods, or Kateris Sayuns, which means gods of the earth. Hittite and Hurrian treaties were often sworn by the old gods to ensure that the oaths would be kept. In one myth, the gods are threatened by the stone giant Ilikumi, so Ea, the later name for Enki, commands the former gods to find the weapon that was used to separate the heavens from earth. They find it and use it to cut off Ilikumi's feet. Although the names of the Anunnaki in Hurrian and Hittite texts frequently vary, they are always 8 in number. In one Hittite ritual, the names of the old gods are listed as Aduntari the Diviner, Zulki the Dream Interpreter, Irpitia, Lord of the Earth, Nara, Namsara, Minki, Amunki, and Api. The old gods had no identifiable cult in the Hurrio-Hittite religion. Instead, the Hurrians and Hittites sought to communicate with the old gods through the ritual sacrifice of a piglet in a pit dug in the ground. The old gods were often invoked to perform ritual purifications. The Hittite account of the old gods' banishment to the underworld ultimately became the source for the Greek poet Hesiod's narrative of the overthrow of the Titans by the Olympians in his Theogony. The Greek sky god Uranos, whose name means heaven, is the father of the Titans and is derived from the Hittite version of Anu. In Hesiod's account, Uranos is castrated by his son Kronos, just as Anu was castrated by his son Kumarbi in the Hittite story. Over time, because of the scientific knowledge, technological and spiritual wisdom, and often alleged extrasensory abilities, they came to be thought of as gods, sons and daughters of the gods, by the less developed people who lived peacefully beside them. These shining ones were said repeatedly to have civilized humankind, perhaps following a global catastrophe. Most mainstream historians do not take seriously either the existence of this mysterious godlike culture or the global catastrophe, even though many individual researchers have concluded otherwise. These Shining Ones also embraced a rebel group known in legend as the Fallen Ones, fallen angels or watchers, who are recorded as having married and reproduced outside their own kind, their hybrid offspring being known as Nephilim and described as giants. The story goes that the catastrophe that nearly wiped out humanity as a great deluge due to the wrath of God, or rather the wrath of Elohim or Shining Ones, who somehow initiated it to destroy the rebels and their hybrid offspring. Although fleeting references to the Shining Ones can be found in the Old Testament, there's much more about them in the Book of Enoch, an ancient work that was omitted from the Bible. The Shining Ones were held in such awe by later generations that they were revered as deities and linked with the heavens. They appear independently in many mythologies of Europe, notably Irish, Finnish, Norse, and Greek. Over millennia, the Shining Ones, or at least knowledge of them, turned into brotherhoods or priesthoods, well versed in the propaganda skills needed to maintain both religious and political authority. Many of the world's unexplained mysteries in ancient cultures point to the Shining Ones, not just Mesopotamia, revolving around the core belief of their advanced scientific and metaphysical knowledge.